Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing today? Good to see you. Today we are going to be working on hitting Mythic. I'm going to start things off. I was trying to figure out a good way to warm up. I don't usually bother, but at number 7, a loss is big. So I'm going to start things off with a non-premier draft, with a traditional draft, because those aren't ranked. And this is mostly to get warmed up. So I'm probably not going to play out the whole thing. The most important part is the drafting bit. Um, let's give it a try. Been wanting to try drafting mono blue. I keep doing heavier blue, but it's going to be a good day. I feel it today. Eric's? Did we get that as sealed? Oh, that would have been a good way to wait. That would have been a good way to warm up. I regret not looking at that. I don't usually care, but sometimes I really like them. Free sealed is good for that. We can work on some seal pools today. All right. This is not a great pack. We've got a Coast, an Acolyte, a Rada, Cavalier. I'm kind of just leaning towards the Pixie Illusionist. It's a pretty weak pack. Yeah, that's okay with me. I'm not a huge... I don't need that many cards. Maybe the Illusionist. Like, Cavalier is probably worth the first pick. Maybe Bite Down, but this is a pretty weak pack overall, and Illusionist is something I'm just likely to play. Like, I'll play it in Mono Blue, and I will play it in the Domain deck, and those are the two decks I'm most interested in drafting right now. Blue's just fairly strong. That's fair. You should. Ooh. Take up the Shield, Tolarian Terror, Essence Scatter, and Knight of Dawn's Light. I'm going to go with the Knight, because I am very likely to get something I want back out of this pack. I can get the Tura, The Tura, Terror, so Scatter and Take Up the Shield have been going really fast lately. But I will probably get one of these 4 cards back. So taking the Knight, and it looks like we're white-blue. Like, I think Tura is better in white-blue, or Knight of Dawn's Light is better in white-blue than Tura is. Hey Vandal, how's it going? You were probably gifted it at some point. Don't you like having my eye next to your face? We've got Rada or Joda's Codex. I think Joda's Codex is a slightly better payoff for Domain, but they're both pretty strong. I'm gonna go ahead and grab that Codex. Dog edited down to just an eye. I am. I'm just doing a warm-up draft right now to get before I do before I switch to ranked. I might not even play these games, but thinking through it, talking through it really helps me. I gotta rev up my brain a bit to draft on my way up to number 1. That's the goal today. We're going for number 1. You can probably take maybe 2 losses. 2 losses and number 1 becomes out of reach. I'm not willing to give up on it. These have been very weak packs in general. Queen all in all or Argivian Cavalier are both excellent here. I think I'd rather just take the Queen and look to be banished tokens. So Domain's kind of a weird archetype. Like, you can run the Codex as long as you pick up duels early. And to pick up duels early, I mean, like, this pack, I want to start grabbing duels, which means I don't want to be waffling on my colors as I get to that late game. So Queen all in all, this is still early enough to grab her. Mesa Cavalier, Bagnagoth Sentry, or Djinn of the Fountain. No strong black cards. So 1, 2, 3 relevant cards. Kind of leaning towards the Djinn. It's just the strongest. I'm still on strongest card in the pack, even though I'm in banned colors. Will take a lot longer in this format. Okay, so here I've got a Timely Interference. I've come way up on the Writhing Necromass. And this is just a vanilla 3/3. You're never going to get enough artifacts. So it comes down to the land and the Captain's Call. Instead, I just got Queen all in all. I'm going to start taking the Captain's Call. And we're going to look to be white-blue with a light green splash. You can splash a little bit of off-color. And then this Codex is worth running if I just pick up enough tap lands. One thing I see a lot of players struggle with is think about just your land drops. Give it a chance. Lots of red cards in this pack. Stall for Time is solid, though. We've also got the Kaladin Strike Team and either of the lands, but neither of them are on the colors we want for banned. I'm just going to grab the Stall for Time. I am doing great. We've got the Vine Wall, the Coral Colony. So this is pack 8. Taking the Coral Colony would be thinking I might get a Blight Pile in the next pack, but this is a pretty bad pack overall. I'm going to take the Barricade in case there's a Blight Pile in this pack, and then I can look to be defenders. So no Blight Pile. That's fine. Blight Pile should table on tower, but people love the defender deck so much it just doesn't happen that often. There's Barricades on the chopping block, and I'm going to be happy to pick up a Soaring Drake, the playable blue card. Ooh, late Take Up the Shield. I've been really happy with this card. Well, I am currently number 7 if you want some tips. I really like this set. None. Although the Sleeper is pretty solid. Like, this is a good deck for the Sleeper because I'm almost always just going to play it as a 2-mana 3/1, and sometimes it'll be bigger. I like the Elflame Worm or the Mana Worker, but if I'm splashing green, like, the Elflame Worm, this deck is missing beaters. Like, it doesn't have access to the beaters. I'm not going to be playing the Turtle. Nobody wants Miria. Threats Undetected. Bad card that I really want to get to work. But there's a Micromancer in here, which this card is great. I need to look to pick up a few spells to go with it, but there are spells that go with it. Rona's Vortex or Tail Swipe, even just some timely interference will do enough most of the time. Hopefully passing that Tura doesn't come back to bite me too badly. No removal yet, but I have solid threats. That's mostly what I care about at the moment, and no lands yet. Somebody is taking lands really high this draft. No, but Untapped should be working. So I don't see anything from Untapped. I find it too distracting to get the ratings from Untapped. But let me check my extensions. A little too hard for me to pay green, green, blue. Sky Knight seems solid in this deck. Yeah, I do have a bit more power than I usually have on this deck. If Sky Knight weren't in here, I would take Shore Up. But this is a good deck for Sky Knight. Alright, Herix, let me get this running. I got something enabled. Alright, red, green, red, white. There's also a Soaring Drake and a Captain's Call, and I'm just going to take the Captain's Call. We're going wide with this deck. I could use some interaction. I'm low on it. But if I don't get interaction, Inspired Charge is a good solution. Alright. Deckmaster. Okay, we are setting Deckmaster and uninstalling. We're setting Untapped and uninstalling Deckmaster. Wow, appallingly bad rares, seemingly in every pack. Let's just grab a Heroic Charge. Wow, this is a bad pack. Alright, we're gonna grab a Heroic Charge and be white, blue, go wide, and this is the charge that I have. I'll still play the Codex if I get some lands, but it doesn't look like I'm going to fall into Domain. What is Egg Sailing? You'll have to explain Egg Sailing to me, Herix. Seems like black has become a bit open if I want to take this Urborg Repossession or the Warhorse. Blue is dried up pretty quick. That's kind of a hard pivot. I'm going to take the Warhorse. Ooh, this is the kind of card I've been looking for. This is why I thought blue was dry, was that I wasn't seeing any Geyser. And trips. Whoa, that's a really late infantry. And I want this Pixie Illusionist, but I think I just need lands at this point. Although I may not be running green. I'm white-blue with a possible black splash. I'll take the Illusionist. Exiling, I see! Yeah, so the rares are just efficient, which is awesome. It's good set design, and it's kind of rare to see nowadays. Phyrexian Espionage, take up the shield. Or Sunlit Marsh. I do really want this Marsh, but I think I'm going to be a take up the shield deck. Need tricks if I'm not going to have removal. I think another Warhorse or the Faith Bonded. Let's see, the Warhorse. Black is still on the chopping block. Mostly it's just that my curve is fine up to this point. I'll take a Faith Bonder. We will be a take up the shield deck. So Green and black are both on the chopping block, and we'll eventually get something that pushes us into either direction, but chances are it's just going to be a land. So whichever land is available. I'll have rare drafts. I mean, I guess that's what coaching is. I could stand to be meaner when I coach. I think it would help if I were meaner when I coached. So after this, I'll probably grab... Alright. Well, nothing beats the heroic resolute reinforcements for me here. I really like this Argivian phalanx. I'm low on power and removal, so that means that I have to go all in on going wide and prioritize another heroic charge. Like, removal just didn't come this game. Which you don't strictly need removal in this set, you just need a way to win. And Captain's Call plus heroic charge is a good way to win. I may not run either of my splash colors if I don't get any lands to splash with. I've only seen 2 of those. Someone is on hard domain control that is not going to work because of a lack of threats. Ooh, Golden Argosy's a bomb. This is a bomb. This is a bomb rare. Very happy about it. Well-designed bomb. Otherwise, pretty weak pack. I'd take the Radiant Grove if that weren't in here. That's how weak this pack is. Alright, my 4s are a little too thick here, and I might not have anything to get with Micromancer, which is very sad. Sleeper, Impulse, Faith Bonder. I guess I'm fine pushing early damage with a Sleeper. Very weak pack. Not gonna get double black for either of these. Faith Bonder is still fine. I think Sleeper... I don't have anything that combo enlists, but I do have these Sky Knights. I want a little bit of power to get them pushed through. Cavalier, that's exactly what I'm looking for. I gotta fly through some points of damage to go to these Captain's Calls in the late game. No scatters. Yes, I do have Captain's Calls. Heroic Charge. Alright, great. Anything else I want more? Alright. Very surprisingly, did it do the thing? I think it did the thing. I think I do have... I think this is actually a heroic charge. We'll find out in a minute. But we just white blue without any removal. Like, this is crazy. This is pick 6, and there hasn't been any removal this pack. So we're gonna set up combo kills with our 2 heroic charges and a stall for time. Crystal Cave or Tangled Islet? I didn't get any green that's quite strong enough. But Crystal Cave enables a lot of kickers to be paid, and I don't mind the scry. Phyrexian Espionage is also fine in this style of deck, just because my curve is so low. You need a low curve. It is a visual bug. Right. Might just need impede momentum, and I'm not happy about needing impede momentum. Take the Islet, just because I have Illusionists that will need kicking. There are decks that want Meteorite, but it's kind of awkward because those decks also want, like, Joda's Codex. Like, there might be an artifact-centric deck. I'll need both charges. So we're at 21, 20. So with the Meteorite, that's 2 minus. Alright, only 2 lands. Might be an Axe deck, and I'm not happy about it being an Axe deck. This is a bad deck, and that's okay. Wow. Very dry pool, but that's okay, because we're about to go do a Premier draft. I hate draft that's choking my asthma, because it just beats me. Yes, you can forfeit drafts on Arena. I don't, as a rule, but I do occasionally draft other colors. So like I'll draft other formats. So sometimes I'll do like a premier draft and a quick draft and play whichever one has the better deck. Which I'd be interested in doing. It's not terribly difficult to have a busted deck in SNC, but it also, you tend to only play against serious grinders. But I guess that's what I'm going to be doing anyway at this rank. Weak. I didn't even get a single target for the Micromancer. This is a very weak deck. But my rank is not affected by it. I'm going to play one match. And, ooh, there's that Inspire Charge. It worked. Just too many 4-drops. I'll come down one Sky Knight. Yeah, this is going to be a deck about setting up kill turns. Yes, I'm pretty happy about the Argosy. Although, why'd you have to spell it like that? Alright. Playing one match here, and then I will hop into a Premier Draft. No blue! I had very little card advantage in this deck, so mulliganing is a disaster. This will have to do. Okay, best of 3 does tend to be, without the hand smoother, things go a little less smoothly. We know Herrick's kinks. No shame. Yeah, we'll hold off and we'll Argosy on turn 4. And then we can Geyser on turn 5, holding up, take up the shield. Like, this is a game where this being a 4-6 will get us there. That's the hope, at least. So you can get +3/+3 on the Brute Wall. This is looking bad for me. Got bodies. He was definitely supposed to attack first. Well, he played tap land. Normally you'd attack first. That would be less likely to block. But once he gets, it doesn't matter so much until his domain is 4. Because at 4, this becomes a 6-power creature. 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, well, starting things off. Get on my boat! I'll just tap out here. I can play that again. Need an ETB to go with my Argosy. I guess he's just pump blocking for a while. So I can attack a little recklessly here while I, because of take up the shield. Like, my deck may not kill things, but I can stall for time and take up the shield as needed. And his next land starts making 3/3 flyers. That's a problem. But if I can get him to chump block once more, then I can use my Illusionist to kick a sleeper, and then we'll both just sacrifice a creature. New card! I like this one. put a lot of pressure on because I don't really win the late game. So my goal is to get them to the point where I can make a big tempo play. Just tap down some creatures, take up the shield, maybe to win a race. But making 3/3s every time they play a land means they no longer have dead cards. That being said, if I can get them to block with 6 power worth of creatures, which would most likely be 3, 4, 5, 6, I can take up the shield here. That's game. That's absolutely game. When he casts a creature spell, he gets to destroy my Argosy. If you don't have an immediate answer for Silverback Elder, you lose. That's a full bomb. Alright, can I do anything? More flyers. What I can do. He was good at putting down bodies. This is a terrible deck, and I was aware of this happening. That is one of the true bombs. Let's see. So the true bombs of this format are that guy, the Sphinx that I got yesterday, that when it hits you factor fictions. There is an angel that shocks twice. I don't think I can keep a hand with only one color with this deck, but I do have the Illusionist. Okay. Play. Alright. Let's see if I can get enough damage in with the Illusionist to finish off with the Heroic Charge before he gets his Elder down. So I'm banking on a 2-drop in white. This deck is bad enough. Like, the difference in power between these decks is such that I kind of need to get a cheaty lucky win. Let's go for it. Here's my white source. That's wild. He crushed me in the pre-release. Like, the thing is, like, normally you would beat a superior deck by racing, right? Like, you would go underneath it. But she instantly stabilizes you. She gains 7 life the turn she comes down. MPG feels really loud today. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. I think the sound effects have been broken for a while. Oof. Well, there's all of my 4-drops. I'm missing the second Captain's Call and 3 lands. That's okay. This one's just for warming up. Like, if that card kills 2 creatures, then you're not winning that game. Alright, you want to race? Let's race. Make it happen. So if I hit for 3 this turn and put them to 13, and then they hit me for 9, that's a 2-turn clock. Nope. No dice. Damn. If I had removal in this deck, okay. So I can trick him into a win here. So 7 plus 5 is 12, puts me to 2. 15. Captain's Call. Make 1. Okay. Okay. 3, 6, 9, 12. I got a hit for 1. There we go. Hit for 1. He'll attack for a lot, but he'll have to spend his turn doing it. What the hell? Oh my god. Alright. We're stupid. That's a deck. Decks like that are why you need removal. That attack gave me 15 damage over 2 turns with only 1 block. So the plan there was to attack with everything. He'll attack. So if he would have to play nothing there. He would have to attack and pump. If he attacked there and pumped, I take 12. I mean, that's what I've been drafting too. That's why Domain's so cool, because you can pick up whatever rares you want. Okay, let me check my profile. So now we are hopping into the ranked drafts. Wow, I decayed 13 ranks in 1 day. Okay, let's see if we can get See if we can climb. It looks like we gotta do it all in one shot if we're not going. If we're going to avoid, you know. Oh, I went up a rank, I guess. All right. So the way I'm gonna do this is I'm doing this draft. If this goes poorly, like if I don't like my deck here, then I'm going to do. Thank you. I want to jump straight into this. I feel it. I feel ready to draft. But if I don't like this deck, I might also do a new Capenna draft, a quick draft, and see which deck is stronger relative to other decks. And I will play that one. Good opens. Everybody give me your luck. Just for a bit. Need some good opens. And if I lose, that's okay. I'm still going to be playing this set. There's a good card. Stronghold Arena is a great card. Means I want to be low to the ground, aggro, or low to the ground tokens. That life gain is pretty relevant. Otherwise, we have Knight of Dusk's Shadow, Protect the Negotiators. So I might play this in Domain. It just ends up being a lot of cards. Knight of Dusk's Shadow better than Stronghold Arena? It might be. I'm gonna take the Arena. Okay. Random drafting a deck I haven't drafted yet. Hurloon Battle Hymn or Frostfist Strider. I do like being blue-black, but it makes my curve a little high. If I am black-red, I get to take this Battle Hymn. I'm gonna take the Battle Hymn. Incidental life gain is good. Hurloon Battle Hymn is a great piece of removal. Leads me to Mardu tokens. Urtai. That's a bomb. Who passes Urtai even once? Well, time to abruptly shift. And I can splash either of these. Like, so I'm blue-black control is really good. We're looking Tribute to Urborg, Tolarian Geyser. Okay, so this is pick 3. So Geyser Interference gets snapped up by blue decks. That's 1, 2. Only white card that's playable. 3, 4, 5. So I might get I'm likely just getting a Battlefly Storm out of this pack, but that's a playable card. Dora, Essence Scatter, Micromancer, or Warhorse. I'm going to take the Micromancer. It's really good. Otherwise, I would take this Geothermal Bog. I really like Micromancer. I just need a Vortex to go with it. I could take the Bone Splinters as a good 1-mana removal spell that I can fetch with Micromancer, or the Bone Rattle and try and be Domain. And that might exclude the Stronghold Arena. Wrath. White, blue, black, green, red. Oh, that does make things so awkward, but Wrath is a real bomb. All right. So that means that these two are on the chopping block, and I am likely Esper. Okay. I'm slightly confused, but Esper spells is a deck. It's a good deck. Cavalier or Inscribed Tablet. I'm going to take the Cavalier. All right, that's three picks that might not make it. Vortex I'll still play if I get the removal for it, or if I get the lands. But they just gave me so many legends in a row. Pretty good. Urtai is really good. Just the ability, like, yeah, they get a card out of it. He's card disadvantage. But, like, he's still a 3/2. And you always get to deal with whatever threat you have to deal with. Like, being I'm curious about what they took over Urtai. Especially because there was also the red-blue legend that pumps your team. Alright, so this is my pack. I did get to protect the negotiators back, which I am pretty happy to take. There's also an Urborg repossession and an espionage. But protect the negotiators is great in this style of deck. There's a warhorse too. Alright, so it looks like Esper is open. Green is totally dry. I don't think so. I think he is making picks. Also, normally I'm not too high on Pilfer. I think it is what I want here. I'm going to take the Tide Turner just to cut blue. I'm not likely to play the Pilfer. Warhorse. I think Warhorse is a solid card. I'd rather play either of the other two. Last pick Goblin Pick is a surprise. Evolved Sleeper. Happy to see that. That's what we got. Extinguish the Light and a Warhorse. I need to pick up lands soon. But I'm taking the Sleeper over the Connoisseur. Evolved Sleeper is a house. Alright. I'm committing to Esper. And then these are both possible splashes. Illusionist is really helpful with my mana here. More so than even the Sunlit Marsh. Alright, well, I get this later. Oh, I should be taking lands. Tribute to Urborg versus Timely Interference. Pretty close here. I think I'm still taking Tribute. Just because now it looks like I want to be black-blue with white as my splash color. Yeah. And Tribute to Urborg is a solid piece of removal. I kind of like it. I don't like it more than Extinguish the Light, but I think it's comparable. I haven't drafted Esper Control yet. Another Micromancer. I think it's Phyrexian Rager here. Taking that over Interference and Micromancer. I would normally take the Micromancer, but I have enough 4s. Like, they're pretty close. They're functionally very similar, actually. Tide Turner doesn't help too much, but like it's still solid. 8 Wrath. I need shore ups. Take up the shield is also excellent. Like I've got such high value creatures, Tura and Wrath. And it's between that and the Mana Worker. I think I'd rather have Take Up the Shield here. The Stronghold Arena, I think I need more life gain for it to be really strong. So there's my chopping block, these 3 cards. May come down 1 Warhorse, but the fact that it goes between 4 and 5 makes it pretty useful. And like, I'm looking to upgrade my 2s. Monstrous Warleech. Golf for Time, Illusionist, or Chaplain. It's a little late to lean into Defenders. But the Warleech is solid. It is pack 2, pick 6. Most people have seen this Chaplain. I can take it. I'm going to take the Golf for Time. I'm going to take the Illusionist. I need some fixing. Let's see. We did get blown out by the Joined Forces yesterday. I think it's solid with Wrath specifically. And it doesn't help that this is just a weak pack. This is the deck. This is the deck that wants Eerie Soul Tender. even though this grotto does look pretty nice. Cavalier or Warhorse. I'm going to take the Cavalier. Just because I have 2 Warhorse. If I had a way to give that trample or breakthrough with it, I'd be pretty happy. Urborg Repossession or Pixie Illusionist. I'm going to take the Repossession just because I think I really want one in this deck. And I don't want to have to pick it up later. Codex I would take if I had more lands. And I do plan on getting more lands. But Spider Goblin is great, has been great for holding the ground early. And I'm taking the Apparition just to cut it. Horse Tribal. Phyrexian Horse Tribal. Last pick Barricade is exciting. I was not expecting that. Alright, do I have anything to get with my priest? It has to be a black creature. Nope. Doesn't look like I do have 1 cleric. Otherwise, lands or Vohar. Or the Bone Splinters. It pumps Sleeper. I don't know. Works with is relative. Like, if I had more clerics, I'd be interested. But Vohar, I think, is just better in this deck specifically. Like, I want the lands too. But I'm going to take Vohar, because I'm solidly blue-black now, and white's my splash color. Cronin's Vortex, heck yes! That's what I've been looking for. I can pick it up with the Micromancer, and it's solid removal in general. I should have looked at the rest of the pack more, I just got too excited. Alright, Phyrexian Rager, and I'm taking it over a 2nd Repossession, a Saurian Drake, and a Barricade. Yes, we got some removal! Ooh. Blue black, black green, black red. I care about Green Kicker to an extent. I want Shore Up, Espionage. Lands. Stop trying to get these in. Green might still be fine, but I need Shore Up. I just want that cheap piece of protection. Normally I'd be more interested in the Etchings, but like, Etchings is a good card. Like, it's better to... Divination is better than it's been in a while, but like, I want Rager more than I want Divination. I want to affect the board with my 2-for-1s. Soul Tender, I don't think this card's bad. I think this card is bad in a lot of decks, but this is the deck you want it in. I could use one way to pump the team. Tide Turner is my weakest too. Ooh. I'd normally be interested in this Extinguish the Light. Got just Vortex. Oops, I didn't mean to cut that. White's just my splash. So it's between the Beachfront and actually the Terror. 3/7 non-creature spells. Ooh, I'm gonna take the land. Hey Chuck. I'm going number one in best of 1. I'm gonna take the Runic Shot. I really like this as a card to get with my Micromancer. Stall for Time and Illusionist are both up there. I actually decayed all the way to number 20 from number 7 just on time. Alright, so I've got 2 pieces of protection, 1 piece of recursion. Now there's Shore Up or the first Captain's Call. I have a ton of the cards that care about the Captain's Call. I really like Shore Up with Wrath, though. Take the Shore Up. Who's CGB? How am I winning? Warhorse a lot? Do I know who Cover Go Blue is? Ah. 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. I could use more Illusionists. I'm just grinding out my games long. Solidly blue-black, light white splash. So let's see. That means that joined forces and the Cavalier are in the chopping block just on colors. I should have taken that removal spell earlier. Bone Splinters or Academy Wall. I'm going to take the Bone Splinters. I do have creatures to eat with it. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 non-creature spells, 2 lands, so 27. Down 1. Oh. Goaltender or Sten? Sten is hard to kill, but doesn't really do much. I'm going to take the Soul Tender instead. Usually going to come down a little later than that. Okay, so now anything I add requires a cut. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 5, 9. Ooh, highlight is exactly what I need. Just so that I can occasionally kick my Illusionist. If I draw late. And the repossession. Yeah, but it was pretty close though. See, I had no idea he existed. I don't watch a lot of MTG YouTubers. Does he just climb in standard or? Wow, awesome, lucky. All right, that means I need to make 1 cut, I think. Curve's pretty low, so I can do 41. I think that means I come down 1 Warhorse. Alright, actual removal. Protection. They're running a lot more protection than usual, than I usually run in this style of deck. So white is just my splash color, so I'm at 4 sources for 1, 2, 3, 4 cards, plus my 2 illusionists. That'll be fine. Green is just for kickers. I gotta keep the pressure on. So Haunting Figment is gonna be useful. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 non-creature spell. 1 cut. That's a lot. I'm kind of glad that somebody in MTG is so popular. Now 1 Warhorse. Alright. I think this will work. Like, that's a fair point, but it's just it's a solid swing of life. I guess sure, it does the job of it. If I cut it, I would put in the Tide Turner or Bortuk. Bortuk's almost always going to get back to 3 or 4. Got 2 illusionists. Or I could just run 40 cards. How much looting do I have? I don't have a ton of looting. Oh, I have Vohar, and I have a lot of ways to use that mana. Alright, I like that. We'll go with that. D. Did I do an SNC draft? No. If I hit number 1, I want it to be in the new format. If I lose, I lose. It's okay. I need a good win. I need a good record here. I'm gonna play tight. I did go up a rank. I really don't know how it's decided. Someone at 18 must have lost. Okay. Right off the bat, we've got a good game. It's a solid hand. Let's go. Turn 1 Illusionist. Turn 2 Figment. Turn 3 Rager. Then I can start kicking the repossession to loot my Rager. Get some card advantage that way. Do I know who NCAA is? Hey, I should have just Bone Splinters this before he starts making tokens. It's gonna be rough, this matchup. Ah. Goaltender down this turn, and then next turn I can Rager. The white source. That's pretty scary. Dig for a land. Ooh, that's so much pressure. If I hit a land this turn, this would be really easy. I'm going to... If I attack, I can green, pick up a land and a splatter goblin, but I would want to get the plains. We'll attack first. I need to deal with Tori. Pick up a creature, land. All right, I can turn that back into a real card a little later. For now, I can Urtai. Pixie Illusionist is always an MVP. Got blockers down. As long as he doesn't pump right now, I'm in good shape. Then I get to untap and start holding up Rona's Vortex and Urtai for the rest of the game. So if I just block Baird and he uses an Inspired Charge, I can still kill the Baird. Not for this trade. Hold this back so that I can Urtai and Rona's Vortex or Shore Up. I'm the control deck and I need to act like it. Spider Goblin is so good. Love this card. I'm gonna Urtai this. Can have a card. Nice. 2-2, 3-3. So let's see. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to get it all the way up. So 1, 2. All right, I'm just gonna get in with Urtai. Only at the beginning of his end step. A little easier. he wants to use a pump spell here, I'm fine with that because I have the Vortex. I don't even want him to get to scry. Good game. Oof. There's number 10. We're back. Yeah, I get so since I decayed those instead of losing, it's very quick. Thanks, Chuck. I'm I don't know. There's a big difference between me on the ball and me off it. Thank you. But like, I'm taking this seriously today. I always have fun, but I am serious drafting today. The last time I was live for number 1, actually it was just last month in Kamigawa. It was quick draft, and it was like Kamigawa quick draft was a thing, and I got all the way up to number 6, and then I lost like 3 times, and it dropped me down 600 ranks. Actually, I think a lot of you guys were there. Thanks, Chuck. I have been thinking about getting more into standard, just because I'm good at standard and deck design, brewing in general, but it's a lot of work compared to this. But it does seem to have a lot more viewers. But that'll be after this. Like, I'm focusing on limited for this month because of, well, I have a lot more time after September ends. Like, starting in October, I'll be upping my streams a bit. And I will be experimenting with new content, so like, I'd like to get more standard videos made. I don't care about making a huge amount of money streaming, but it would be nice to be able to like if I can make, you know, a couple hundred a month, then that is enough for me to stream 4 days a week instead of just 3. That's the goal. I want to get better at things so you can do them more. But Haikyuu taught me. How is standard the dark side? Ooh. I think I can keep this on the play. YouTube is only lucrative than Twitch for the top end, but like, I would much rather talk to all of you than not. Alright, I'm gonna draw an island now. It's an island. Sure thing, Lennon. I'll talk to you about it after today. Probably tomorrow we'll go through it, okay? Tomorrow we'll talk through it a bit. You can send me your list and I'll send you some good stuff. Because my colors are missing. Being down on colors hurts. Nice. I'm just gonna grab an Urborg Uprising against blue-red. No, I'll take the Bone Splitters. Bone Splitters is a cool card once I know I have it. Are you in the Discord, Lennon? If not, then Twitter is fine. I'll sort through it. That's going to be a tomorrow thing. I will work on it if that's okay. Yeah, that went pretty nicely. Ooh, he took it all. I get to kick my Warhorse into gear. Card's scary because they kind of have to block it. Yeah, so then you can DM me on Twitter or Discord and we'll get this figured out. Nice. I can't block either of these. No blocks. That's pretty surprising, but I'm not going to complain. Alright, we are on the back of these shore-ups this game. I'll let that happen. I'm gonna just not care unless it's a lightning strike. Tech Negotiators is not hard to build a scenario for. Like, unfortunate. I need a body, creature of some sort. No blocks. Oh my god. Okay, I can repossess the Splatter Goblin. And pass the Splatter Goblin. Oh my god. Seriously? Bam. Might have me here. Just need to draw an on-land card. We're okay. I only get this up to 5 toughness. Hey. I didn't see a single Tolarian Terror. That's really what I was looking for. One, 2 for Vohar. 1/2 to activate Vohar for an Urborg repossession. Replay the Splatter Goblin. Block. I can only block 1 though. So whatever I do, it's Vohar first. I can turn out the Splatter Goblin as a blocker, so I'm 1 short either way. Dang. Well, there goes my top 10, my number 1 run. All it takes is 1 bad draw. That's put me to 6. Coming off as a blocker. Him to block here, though. Second blue source would have gotten me here this game. Alright. I can go to 6, and then I die. Kind of surprised at the block. Then I can represent a spell that makes him not want to pump. I would have been so happy with a terror or two, but I didn't see a single one. Not one! I should have shorn up to stop that timely interference, but I thought I would draw another blue spell or another creature, and I just didn't. Oof. Alright. Maybe that means I cut a shore up for something. What would I cut shore up for? A barricade? Yeah! I don't want to cut the shore up, but I do want to put the barricade in. Gonna help a lot. Quite a lot of creatures with this deck. I could also run like a Cavalier just for a little bit more in the air. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah, I mean, he played that well. It's okay. Stop spamming feels bad, man. It's fine. I do like Esper, but not having... I don't have the late game that a lot of these decks have. Like, I can grind value, but I don't have, like, a Tolarian Terror or a Writhing Necromass. I gotta change the title back so I'm not a liar. One loss, and I lost 9 viewers. Bad. Pickle. Pink pants. Turn 2 Raft, turn 3 Barricade feels great. Power cards. There's my second blue source. Awesome. Even have a blocker for the Splatter Goblin. You can destroy your own creatures to draw a card off Urtai. You know, if you want to show me some shenanigans, go for it. You want to kill my barricade, go for it. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I can Urtai to just tempo them this turn. Here's. Welcome. Not bad at all. We're 1-1. I'm 18 now. I only lost 8 ranks. Okay. I am willing to cash in an Urtai for that. Like, I am willing to risk you having a better card here. Alright. Let's hope it's not a choking miasma now. Because if I untap, I am feeling really good about this game. I just have to untap. Ooh. Let's tuck you. And use my... Yep, use my 1-1 to my wrath. That was a ludicrous start. Hey, keeping it going. Right. That's why Tura is so weird. That's why Shore Up is solid too. Because Tura and Shore Up work really well together. I have my white sources. 6, 7, 8 blue sources. 6, 7 black sources. 2, 3, 4 white sources. I'm only playing 1, 2, 3 cards. Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, I was 10 and I lost 1 and went down 8 ranks, and then I went up 5 ranks for that win. So I just got to keep winning. So I like to run 41 cards when I have. So yes, to an extent, it's because I have So there's 3 factors. The first is the 3 colors and the curve. Like, this isn't quite a 17 land deck, but I do want more than 16 lands. Second is looting. I have a fair bit of looting, which helps. And third is the 41st card was the Gibbering Barricade, which I just can turn into new cards. I don't. It's a specific hand smoother thing. So like in best of 3, you always run 40 cards. In best of 1, the 7 keeping it. The hand smoother makes it so you draw your opening hand like you have a 17 land card, a 17 land deck, and then you draw the rest of your cards like you have a 16 land. Wait, other way around. Like, we are abusing the hand smoother, leaning towards giving us. So the way the hand smoother works is you draw 2 cards, and then you draw 2 hands, one of which is you don't see the one of them, and then it gives you the one with the better distribution of lands. So I'm abusing that opening hand rule, and it's, you know, a quarter of a percent. Those quarters of a percent are, they really add up. Ooh boy, I can keep this, but it's kind of sketchy. I need more bodies for this Bone Splinters. I'm usually comfortable running 1, but I feel like I always get stuck with it against the aggro decks. Figment. See if they want to lightning strike it. I hope not. I'd really like to untap with it. Oh, nice. I doubt he'll block, but still worth checking. I stopped running this card because of timely interference. But like, it's not terrible if your opponent doesn't have timely interference, it's fine. I'm gonna tuck this now so I can keep pressure on. And I'm fine trading my Rager off here because I can pick it up again with the repossession. Alright, he needs this mana for something. Yeah, but like, that's how you can tell it's such a good set, is like, Impede Momentum is terrible, but it's also a like, it has a place. Barricade, Illusionist, and Bone Splinters this turn. Attack, attack, attack. That's awesome, Herix. The card styles are cool. Alright, I'm putting a lot of effort into this turn. Like, I'm just throwing cards away in order to get target a creature, sacrifice a creature, in order to get a better Urborg repossession next turn. Gonna give it indestructible. I just want to run him out of cards. That's the goal. Alright, I'll shore up here. Keep the pressure on. It hurts a little not getting to play the Illusionist, but it's fine because I'm playing The reason I wanted to play the Illusionist was so that I could kick the Urborg Repossession next turn. But now he has to block my Rager. Haha. It's sad, but it's also good. Stop judging people for the cards they like to play. Ooh, there's a Raff in there. That's a good card. A good scary card. This is Esper. Oh, for your seal. I see. Go green there, green, black, black. Take an Urborg Repossession. I want Raff, Phyrexian Rager back. We're grinding his health down. No blocks. I think you got to block next turn. Black, black, black. Put down the Rager so I can counter for X equals 5. Fortunately, I won't get to draw a card off Raff, but I think that 1 damage is so important right now. Unless he pays 5, I can counter whatever he plays. Raff's so good. I gave up a whole card just to get 1 extra point of damage in that I could... I do not want you gaining 6 life. So if either of these gets through, it's lethal. See what that last card is. Oh, that was good. So if any creature gets through, he dies. I would definitely was supposed to give them Vigilance first. Taking 3. Yeah. Oh. I'm gonna get more coffee, and then all right, we're number 9. We're climbing up. I'm gonna grab a cup of coffee. I'll be right back. Theodore, I'm so sorry I missed you while you were... I missed your follow, but thank you so much. I'm Scuffle. We're doing some Dominaria drafts. We're going for number 1 today. That's the goal. Thanks for being here. It's nice to meet you. That was fun. That was a really good game. I kind of feel like I ramped really hard. But thanks for being here. You're welcome. You stream too? You're welcome for the last game. Hey, Isaiah. How's it going? Wait, how can you tell Isaiah's here? How you doing today, Isaiah? We're going for number 1. I rated him yesterday. Everybody check out Isaiah. I can't help it. My viewers are so cute. No worries. Oh, dang. There was a raid too. Oh, I'm so sorry I missed the raid. Hi, everybody. I was just grabbing a cup of coffee because I run on caffeine. Today we're going for number 1. Thanks for the raid. If you haven't met me, I'm Scuffle. I'm a VTuber. I play card games. I try and keep things educational, so be sure to ask if you have any questions. And I'm going to be talking through everything. But talking through things is something I do for my benefit and for yours. Please ask questions if you have them. And I'm doing quite well, Isaiah. Thank you. Ooh, so Solid Hand is a tiny bit slow, but I'm on the play, so that makes up for it. And I have all my colors. And a turn 3 Rager or Soul Tender based on what they do on their first 2 turns. So if they play a 1-toughness creature, a Splatter Goblin, I'm not going to lead on the Soul Tender. But otherwise, I'd rather get 3 power. It's so good, Isaiah. It's like, I'm loving it. It's so good. It really treats me well. I tend to do well in sets that have like complex board play decisions. Yeah, no, I am into it. Alright, so if they have a Lightning Strike, I'd rather they hit the Soul Tender, and I have a little bit of time. So I'm going to get pressure on early with the Soul Tender, and the next turn I can Rager holding up Shore Up, which the only thing, there's not a lot that like strictly pins. Usually 1 toughness is a liability just because of Soldier tokens, which there's a lot of things that make Soldier tokens. Yeah, honestly, this is one of my first decks in a while that wasn't, that's not strictly domain. Only because the lands went fast this time. So hopefully they're a more aggressive Mardu deck. Because then they're, they are bricking here. Alright. I'm gonna Plains and Rager and... Oh, thanks for the follow, Doom Chickens. Appreciate you. Yeah, I've been taking duels really, really early. I'm gonna play it on the Plains just so he doesn't know I have Shore Up based on how I tap it. Because if I play it on the Swamp, it'll default to keeping the Sunlit Marsh on tap. And I want it to default to keeping the island on tap. I don't want him knowing that I mean, you can guess Shore Up, but he might think it's a timely interference as well. I'm fine with this. I want to keep Shore Up for my Tura, since I finally have triple blue. Oh, hey, that's a bomb. That's a strong counter to Tura. I think that I have to change my priorities a little bit. I did take a Tundra over to 4-minute Terminate. It was important. You need your duels. You gotta make sure you can cast your spells if you're gonna be 3 colors. I think I have to risk putting down Tura here, and like it's a big risk. Not happy about it. I'd really like to wait a whole turn, but the Defiler of Instincts just changes the pace so much. Like if he has a removal spell here, I'm in a lot of trouble. But I do get to leave up all my mana and start shoring up and use the Soul Tender. I mean, he's down 2 removal spells. So, damn. Oh no. I think this game is going badly. All I can give is -2, -2. Got 2 black mana. If I Soul Tender this turn, grab Ura, then I'm taking 8, going to 6, 5. Then I can start making chump blockers, though. Yeah. I'm gonna use my time out here and think through this a little. So I have to Soul Tender this turn, because Tribute just doesn't do enough. If I Soul Tender back a Sleeper, I'm not gonna have enough life to actually turn it into cards. I think I have to Soul Tender Tura and rely on the fact that I have Shore Up or Tribute to follow it up. So it's going to be Island Pass. And hope he doesn't have another bomb. Like, he used 3 removal spells. All he's played so far are 3 removal spells and 2 bombs. I should have used the Shore Up. I'm pretty sick of having 2 Shore Ups and no creatures. Alright, so on my turn, go end step, Eerie Soul Tender back Tura. And then Shore Up Tura to protect it. Make a 1/1, block, block, take 4. I think I'm just dead. If only the Soul Tender had hit any instants or sorceries, I'd be okay. I need to pick up Tura and top deck Bone Splinter for shards. So Tura, make a token, block, Defiler with the token, and Garna with Tura, take 4, 5, 6. For Wrath, Shore Up, pick a Tribute, block? Pick a Tribute on Garna, block the Warhorse, let Wrath die, take 5, so I lose to a red spell. It doesn't feel great, but it gives me an out. Ooh, it's not looking good. If I were 1 turn ahead here, if I could have just had these cards instead of having to pick it up, I'd be okay. One blocker. Shore Up. It is basically a Tundra. This is basically, I don't remember, not Savannah. Once more, I need to drop Bone Splinters. And he needs to have nothing here. He needs to have no pump spells, no counter spells, and no red permanent spells. Oh, I meant to post my playlist to the Discord. Yeah, I'm tapped out. Taking 4 currently. Oh, thanks for the follow, Pick Knight. How you doing today? Hope you're having a good one. We are patiently waiting for our opponent to decide how they're going to kill us. I need him to have no more relevant cards. Ooh. Yeah, we're on shore up plan again. I don't have MTG bot. How is MTG bot something? Like, is it an extension? Or do I have to enable it through Untapped? I mostly just enable things like the extensions on requests. Alright, well, a 2-for-1 is exactly what I needed to happen. Although I would have liked to be able to block this as a 4-4 to force a sack. Oh. E. Does he have the land to go with it? Like, I'm not winning this game, but I'm fighting as hard as I can. I lose so many ranks to platinum. What's the card you want to see? I usually just post it, or put it up. Nope, he got me there. I do like tournaments. We got some new people. I'll take a look. Maybe I should be trying to fit this Stronghold Arena in. I do really like it, and I can usually kick it twice. Yeah, and I usually have some pressure on early. I have enough removal that I can keep my cards up with just some small creatures. Let's see, that game, if I'd had something like a Rager earlier, or if I'd hit an instant or sorcery spell on that Eerie Soul Tender to shrink his Garna down to size, I would be okay there. This style of deck really does want the Necromasses or the Serpents. I'll look into it, Herix. Isaiah, who won your tournament yesterday? Ah, what did he draft? I was watching. Let's see. When I rated, it was red white versus blue red. The deck's so good, but it's so hard to get the cards for it. Well, I'm okay putting down turn 1 Illusionist and switching it over to black mana on turn 3. So we're gonna go Illusionist turn 1, Beachfront turn 2, and then turn 3 I'll use the Illusionist to make a swamp and start playing my Soul Tenders out. Or I can just draw a swamp and keep putting damage in. Huh. The question is it worth leaving? Is it worth playing an untapped land just to and holding full control just to represent Essence Scatter? I decided no. The answer could very well become yes at a later date. I'll take a look. That's the one you showed me, yeah. I don't know what happened to stream. I'm okay trading this for whatever spell you got. Always a little happy when they play a librarian. I think I just want to Micromancer. So there's my ruining shot. But I've got Wars in the graveyard and a Pixie Illusionist, so I'm going to go ahead and grab an Uprising. That way I can trade off the Micromancer and recast the Uprising. Especially because I'm about to play a second Soul Tender. No blocks. This time I want to start putting some pressure on. Or not. Well, I can double block. Okay. Anytime you go to trade the Soul Tender, you're pretty happy. I think I just want this Warhorse. Yeah, so instead of doing everything I was going to do, I'm going to attack for 1. Going to take 5, probably, which doesn't feel great. Play out of Plains, and pass. Then N7, I'm going to Soul Tender back the Warhorse, and we're just going to start grinding some value with the Warhorse. Warhorse, Micromancer, grind. Might also block here. If I block here and pick up the Micromancer, I can go get a Vortex. I'd rather double block for this, so I'm going to take 5. No blocks. Okay, cool. I can keep pressure on through that. Horse. I'm going to put down a Swamp so I can kick and activate the Warhorse. Pressure on. I feel like I lose the late... Like, not necessarily, but with this hand, I lose the late game. I want to represent Shore Up. I don't have Shore Up. Horse. I actually cut a horse. I'm willing to, like, block and block, even after the enlist. Huh. I'm gonna just attack. Keep blocking and keep attacking. That's lame. Alright, well, we're back to double blocking. If you get this up to... If I sack a creature, I can get this up to a 6/5. But that's more valuable on the crackback. So I want to make sure that I can Soul Tender, Shore Up, and eat a creature. Needs attack for 1. I can still play my Tangled Islet to make sure I have green. Ooh, Rohar is good to see. I want to repossession back Rohar and something else. Who's attacking here? I'm putting a lot of eggs in this Shore Up basket right now. That means I don't get to untap it with a Shore Up. I have to just play the Shore Up which is a lot worse right now. But he doesn't get to kill something after he attacks, which is good. I'm fine with this. I think I just want both of these back. So 1, 2, 3 picked. And I can still Vohar and Shore Up, but I can't Vohar and Shore Up and Haunting Figment. So 3 Vohar, Shore Up. I need to mess up how I spend my mana? No, I don't. I just need to be out of blue. Alright, creature. Non-creature. I put down Vohar and he attacks. Well, let's attack. What can I eat? I think I'd rather eat my Haunting Figment. Put down Vohar next turn. Will you stop? Had endless supply of threats. Alright, well, if we're doing this again, we're doing this again. Yeah. He managed to... I just didn't put on enough pressure to punish these, like, how late his cards came down. I need to get something pretty big off of this. I need to start grinding my value out with Vohar, too. It's gonna be tough. I get to Micromancer this turn, which is really important. Ow. It's gonna hurt. He's got 9 life. How many creatures have to live for me to kill him? He left back no blockers. So assuming he gets... If he swings out, he's back 1 blocker. So he's enlisting. So he's 1 blocker for my Warhorse. 1 in the air puts him to 8. 3, 6. So there's no way I can survive with only 1 of my creatures dying. Then I'm taking 9, 13. This dies. Block the Warhorse. 6, 7, 8, 9. I can dig for a Wrath. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Still too short. You could just not have another creature. I will block the biggest here. We'll do Warhorse here as a 5/4. Then I'm only taking 12 damage. Eat. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is this deck? He had all of his late game spells. Does he just only have late game spells? Oh my god. Alright. Oh, there's a land. I can loot. Ooh boy. Alright. I can play Wrath. I can exile Vohar. Pick up an Urborg Repossession or Runic Shot. I do like lands. 2 in the air, 2, 3, 4. So essentially none of these are getting through. So if I can get my Haunting Figment through, and it's only 1 pump, that's 3, 4, 5. If I gain 2 life, I can take 1 3 power attacker, and he's got the enlists here. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 blockers I need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. Can I concoct a situation in which I get lethal this turn? I don't have a 1 mana pump spell except the shore ups. I can play a plains, pick up 2 creatures. Sacrifice Vohar for Urborg Repossession. Kick it, replay Vohar and the Soul Tender. Maybe just Eerie Soul Tender. If I kick it and pick up, I don't have a second card. One, two, three, four, 5 blockers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attackers. One, two. May I attack with the Warhorse and he doesn't block? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blockers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocked. That's all I can think of is he makes a mistake here and doesn't block the Warhorse. But I don't think that's likely. Wow, though. He just played 2 7-drops, an 8-drop, a 4-drop, and 2 5-drops this game. Damn, this deck did not feel like a 2 and 3 deck. Let's try again. So I could have targeted, like, letting the Micromancer die would work, but I didn't have a trade that I could make with the Micromancer. I would have to double block. And anytime that I double, like, I didn't have any single blocks that the Micromancer could make. So that's what I needed. All right, we only lost, what, 19 ranks? We can make that up. Let's go again. If I lose like 2 more games, like 3 and 3 is not good enough to keep a top 30 rank or so. So if I go 3 and 3 again, then that's when you'll start seeing me lose hundreds of ranks. All right, we have a 4 mana 4/4 vanilla. I feel like if I don't first pick the Tolarian Terror, I just won't get my Tolarian Terror, right? But I think Micromancer is still the better first pick over Astor. It really is just a 4 mana 4/4. I lost somebody who played this and got a Vanquisher's Axe on turn 6. I know. I have to change my stream title from Mythic Top 10 to Mythic Top 25. Who cares? It's only like 4 million drafters. Passing to Polio. You think MTG... I should have looked more at... I was not paying enough attention. I'd be really happy to get the Serpent back, but I'm not expecting to get the Serpent back. Ooh. Not a rare drafter. I'll take Urtai again, though. I think that card's great. Impulse, Talarian Geyser, I'd really like to see. I don't think that card... Like, I didn't see a single one the whole last two drafts. People have caught on to how good the Terror is. Necromass, too. The black and the blue ones do not come around anymore, and I'll see white maybe pick 6, but never after that. Hey, it's a 3-mana 3/3 with Menace. That is all that card does. It's pretty cool. I like that they put these really efficient vanilla creatures in it rare. I like that. Probably just Talarian Geyser. I'd be interested in the land or the Coral Colony, or even the Flowstone Infusion. Yeah, it was a weird turn. Eventually, I'll get the Defender to work, but I need to open one of the bombs if I'm going to try that. Let's see. I do love the Skyrider, and this land is tempting, but I'm most interested in the Connoisseur as a growing creature. This is also a fairly weak pack overall. I would take... I have been kind of impressed with Urg just having 5 toughness, that big butt. I like it. I think it's a good system. I love the Skyrider too. I've won so many games with that card. The Connoisseur, I've been deceptively strong. Garna is a 2. I don't know if I want to go into double red for Garna. But otherwise, I've got Timely Interference, Combat Research, or Gibbering Barricade. I'm kind of leaning towards the Interference. Skyrider is so good. Like, you hit 6 an often amount, like, fairly often, right? And sometimes you do just get to kill them. It feels so weird to take Combat Research, like, Timely Interference over Combat Research. I think it's absolutely correct. Black Land or Bone Splinters. There's also a lot of red cards in this pack. It's kind of telling me I should be more red, but I'm going to take the land. I like limited. Really late Wrath! Okay, I'm full pivoting. Like, this is such a strong signal. Wrath wins games. And the Connoisseur is going to be tough to play, but I can splash Urtai pretty easily. Like, there's a Wrath and a Stall for time in this pack, and signals don't get better than that. Bone Splinters and Barricade are both solid, but, like, they're better in black-white anyway, so I'm going to take a white card. I'm taking Wrath. It's stupid! It's so good. Warhorse or Illusionist? If I've been taking Illusionist too highly, because I've first picked Illusionist and last picked Illusionist. Makes me think maybe I should just be on the Warhorse. Illusionist just does everything I wanted to do, though. Taking the Illusionist. I'm really high on that card. Not a great pack. Vivisector's fine. Cyclops is the best card in the pack, but if we'd have to be red for it. And honestly, a 4-mana 4/4 is just not a bad card. I'll take the Artillery Blast. It's not the removal you want, but you do need removal. None. We're going to take this Coral Colony, and if I get a few of the cards I care about, Defender... That's the wrong pick. Stall for time was the correct pick there. Yeah. It's so good. Micromancer, like I just first picked Micromancer out of this pack. Vohar or Plaza? I know, but it's a marginal sacrifice for the potential of a good defender deck. Like, this is just not a bad 2-drop in this format. I think I'm most interested in Vohar out of here. I'd love to see this land table, the Autocrat, and Plaza is just good. I think the Plaza is a very good card. I'm going to take Vohar over it. I guess I'm Esper again. Not on purpose. But if I get to be Esper Walls, I will be Esper Walls. Yep. Going for number 1. Did not think that going for number 1 would be the time I tried to get Esper Walls to work, but here we are. Dolphin time or Rager? I think it's still Rager. Like, a 1-4 for 2 is just not a bad body. Not a huge fan of the Shield Wall Sentinel, but like you need to be able to get your chaplains. And if you get online with this deck, you're probably winning. I like Blight Pile more than the Coral Colonies, but you do grind out a fair amount of the time. I'd love to see another chaplain. Bone Splinters. I think I just want the Necromass here. So like this, these pick orders have reverse. I'm on the Necromass now over Illusionist and Aquifer. Not because I'd rather have it than the Aquifer, but because this card has not been tabling. This card tabled on the first 2 days, and it had stopped coming around. Like Necromass and the Serpent, need to go way up in your pick order from where they were before. Which is a little sad. Combat Research, Impulse. I'm kind of interested in this Impulse. Just for the style of deck I'm on. Combat Research is usually going to go where? Pixies? I might table that other Pixie. Yeah, okay. I need removal, so I'm going to be picking that pretty high. So, normally, Soaring Drake is the pick here. Possibly the sleeper, but I'm gonna take Love Song and Night and Day so that I can kill people. Because it's not a bad body either. Grotto, Necromass, or Interference. And with these two, I think I just want the Grotto, but it's so awkward. I'm gonna take the Necromass and look to mill myself a bit. Form is playable, but not good. Take the blue card to be a blue card, but I'm not looking to run it. Warhorse or Turtle. I'm taking the Warhorse. None again. Not a fan of the Scorn. I may run it. That's closer. Hey, that's an unexpected Bone Shards. Splinters. Shards is the one that lets you discard the card. None? None. Battle Rage Blessing has a place. So does the Turtle. Raven Man. I think Nidodon's Light is better than Raven Man. It's close, though. Monstrous War Leech is also pretty good when I've got 2 Necromasses. Yeah, that's why I'm like not enthused. But the Knight has been every time this card, right? But every time the Knight comes down, it's like this is the most important creature in play now. And the only reason that I'm leaning towards Raven Man is white's just a splash color right now. It's close. I am a wall deck. Oh, hey. Are you worth trying to play? You're a bomb. Like, she's a real bomb. I only have to... I'd be able to splash her-ish. I'm gonna take the Geyser. Yeah. Hurts to pass Shauna. She's so good. Cruelty of Gix is solid. Got my Necromasses. I could also take... I'll probably table Founding the Third Paths. You have to build around it a bit, but like it's not bad. Rightful Return, Soulbot, Soul Tender, or Resolute Reinforcements. I think I'm most interested in just the Soul Tender. I have these Necromasses. I'd also be interested in Academy Wall. Citizen's Arrest, Knight of Dusk's Shadow, or Coral Colony number 3. Take the third Coral Colony. Need divination effects? I'm going to try and win with Coral Colony. I think it's correct to take Knight of Dusk's Shadow. I think it's just better. A Coral Colony. Valerian Terror gets a lot better if I can pick up some more Soul Tenders. Raph may not make the cut if I don't get some lands for him. That means I'm going to take the break over the Citizen's Arrest, and that feels weird. My white is pretty weak overall. I'd like to just be blue-black at this point, because the lands have not been coming. People have not been giving them to me. You have a combat research to go with the Illusionists. I think this is just a divination deck, though. Pick divination. Hey, the Warleech tabled. That's really good for me. Sorry, Raph. I think you're a bomb, but white cards did not come. I might still run the Chaplain if I get a land for it. I might still run Raph and a Chaplain if I get some lands for it. Right, Battle Rage is on the chopping block. I'd like that to be a shore up. I need more removal. But really light on removal. None. In case I get a whole bunch of white lands in the last pack. I feel like people try to get all of their white lands in the last pack, and it really bites them. Alright, Illusionist and Mana Worker do make the white splash a little more tenable. I've not... Like, you have to have so much pressure for Impede Momentum to be good. Wait, was that pack 3? Oh, it was. Didn't realize. Alright. Look at my actual removal. It's pretty low. Not seeing a single Essence Scatter hurts me. It physically hurts me. Micromancer gets Timely Interference or Bone Splinters, so not as good as it has been. Got the Warhorse. These are my white cards. I have 2 free sources. I gotta do my spells first this game. Terror and Necromass are going to hold the ground and get me there. But a lot of games are just going to win with my Coral Colonies. Didn't get any barricades. Hurts a little. I think I have to run Artillery Blast for just X equals 4, and that feels really bad. Got some self-mill. I'm looking to mill myself out. Then I can switch to milling them at a certain point. So I'll cut the swarms. I need to run Battle Rage Blessings or Artillery Blasts. The lack of removal was stark this time. Oops, I didn't mean to cut the geyser though. Like, not seeing any counter spells really hurt. No Essence Scatters. But I have a lot of chump blockers. I can block for days. Chaplain will make some good bodies for attacking. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2. Weak. This is a weak deck. I'll get wins though. The Connoisseur. I think it is Connoisseur. I didn't get the cards to go with it. 43. Warleech, Micromancer. Just putting down big creatures. That's what I'm doing with this deck. Big creatures and coral colonies. So, plan A is get a blocker down, attack, mill myself out a little, accelerate it out of 5/5 of some sort, keep attacking. Monstrous Warleech is in this category because it's going to be pretty big most of the time. Plan B is mill them out. So I'll be able to mill myself with the first few activations and then switch targets. I don't know that Shield Wall Sentinel is worth it even with the Chaplain. Especially with how clogged my 4s are. Kind of a mess. This is going to be good. Definitely need 2 geysers. Cruelty, Espionage. I hate that I have to run these Battle Rage Blessings. And a Timely Interference. 1 cut, and I'm okay running 16 lands in this deck. And he's slightly more blue than black. Very close. Only running the 1 white card. That'll put me up to 3 white sources with the Illusionist and the Mana Worker. I think that's fine. 13, 14, 15, 16. 1 more cut. Maybe it is the Illusionist. I just can't kick it? Okay. Weird deck, but I have a plan A and a plan B, and I'll lose some of the games that those don't come together. But if I fall below 50, I'll switch over to SNC and get back up to 10. Confident in my SNC. You just force brokers. By the way, if anybody wants to redeem coaching or matches today, today's a good day, but I'm only streaming until a little after 6 today. I have some clerical work to catch up on. Turn 2 Vohar, turn 3 Drake is very solid. And the Warleech... Like, I can play the Warleech small. Get to bed, Herrix. Get some sleep. And sleep tight, buddy. Where's my Blight Piles? Okay. Alright, now the question here is, do I start digging? Or do I just play out both these colonies? And turn them into flyers. That one. Put down both the colony. So he can cost me 2 life a turn, but I can mill him 4 cards a turn. I probably should have switched gears and just put down attackers. Yeah, I should have gone all in on just having bodies out. Although, that's just because I don't have a white source yet. 1 white source is all I need. There, Doctor. I'll probably close out tonight's stream with something fun. Overwatch or Apex. HOTS, maybe. Good Demon Dad's up to. Gotta make a nice dinner today. That's my goal. I'm gonna make some curry in a while. What do you think? AFK or thinking hard? I want to play the War Leech this turn. War Leech is cool because it is really hard to block. Hey, there's my Necromass. 5 mana, 7/7, always strong. Oh, he got his red source. I think that's what he was looking for. Trying to decide if he just wanted to cycle his barricade. Feels bad, but sometimes you gotta do it. Down 2 Necromass, so I should... probably looting that away. I'll start milling him if I have to. But like right now, I'm only having 1 Soul Tender as my recursion is pretty low. Back with both. Last turn and end step, I'll start milling him just in case, because if he stabilizes here, so the plan A is attack. We're going to keep attacking, we're going to keep hitting, but I'm down 2 Necromasses, and those are major threats. Okay, that means he's double blocking. Just kill this Blight Pile and bounce the barricade. It's not an instant, unfortunately. Oof. Sorcery speed only. We'll respond. That's fine. Now, if this card were an instant, it would be insane. That's his clock. I'm just gonna pass. We're gonna start milling him, and he's gonna have to spend real removal spells on my coral colonies. Coral Colony is the best card against defenders. Keep looting. He can't attack. I can pick up a Bone Splinters if I need to. But we're on the mill plan. Got Battle Rage Blessing to keep me alive. So this is what I was saying. I started saying it earlier. If he dealt with my threats, like this is the majority of my threats, so we have the ability to switch gears to mill out because he's a defender player. All right, be careful about killing a creature. Nice. Right, so we mill 1 less. But we get to make 3 1/1s. No attacks. Because there's not a lot that I care about looting for. I'm looking to Coral Colony here. So we mill 3, puts him to 14 cards. He draws a card to 13 cards. And mill him 6 down to 7. He draws a card down to 6. Mill him 6, and he's got 0. So 3-turn clock. Sorry, I know that was fast. So this turn, he has to spend a spell to kill something. And if he doesn't, like, if he sends a spell and I have to Battle Rage Blessing, that does save him a few turns. But I also get to start attacking in the air. And that's a 5-turn clock here and a 4-turn clock on middle. If he has a removal spell, we'll just keep attacking on 2 fronts. 1, 2, 3, 4. The kick. I can also bounce my chaplain and make another 3 birds with my geyser. That may do. Oh, perfect. All right, we're on the full mill plan because Urtai lets me counter whatever he plays, and on the math I just gave, so he's going to go down to 13, mill 6 down to 7, then draw, mill 6 down to 0, which means I can Urtai to counter a spell, takes a whole turn off his clock. Yeah, he's just AFK. Get a Liliana of the Veil. That is quite a... Whoa, this is a very good control deck. Lots of colors. Heck puppy. Come on, buddy. So he might have a removal spell, and he doesn't want to play it, but a removal spell is fine because it's 2 mana to save my colony and then 4 mana to use them. But, like, I'm really stable here. He doesn't get to put on enough pressure to go through my coral column. This card even is like so much better than Doorkeeper just because of that 1 power and that 2 mana to activate instead of 3. So he's here. He's just passing right before it eats his time out every time. Oh, never mind. He's not here at all. All right. We are number 21, and I'll be right back. I'm going to get more water. I've been drinking a lot of water. Yeah. Here we go. Alright, we went up 4 ranks for that. Keep winning. Our pressure is not bad. We need Battlefly Swarm. We're just trying to grind. The first time I've had Raph without running him. Totally forgot I was on servers. Going through my servers a little bit right now. Sorry, I'm doing a little bit of... Alright. Got a Lupine. Oh my god, one blue source in his hand will be fine. On the draw... Cruelty of Gix is great, but it's so awkward on the draw. Keepable. That's sad about it. Let's see. Is that Micromancer? I think it is Micromancer, and I'm really sad about it. No. At least I can put down the Drake on 3. That'll help. I haven't been posting my trophy list. Should I be posting my trophy lists on Twitter? Alright. The nice thing about blue-black is you get to pretend to have Essence Scatter on turn 2 even when you don't. We're looking to Soul Tender, Drake, hopefully Cruelty of Gix to follow it up. Get the Drake down, because I don't necessarily want to attack this into it yet. Ohar's good. We're gonna attack for 2 and put down the Raven Man. And hopefully draw a Swamp to Cruelty of Gix. But if not, I'm okay kicking the Espionage to make a bird. I'm okay with him spending his turn. Can't even loot. If he loses with Vohar, I get to make a 1-1. Alright, let's draw another Swamp. Ah, lame. I've been scorned. Neat. Thanks for the bird. Must really need to draw a card. I don't think I get it, actually, if it's on my end step. But he put the stop there. That give me the bird. Alright. Swamp. Maybe he has another counter spell? Might be better just to Raven Man, but I really want to resolve Cruelty of Gix. And so let's see their hand. Really gonna run 2 Urtai's Scorn? Ah, rude. Either he has no creatures in hand or he has 2 creatures in hand. Gets a Braided Frightful Return. That Necromass, because if I take the other creature, he can cast the Necromass. Sacrifice a creature to make me discard a card. I wouldn't, but let's see if he does. Probably just wants to raise dead. Alright, so I get to draw my card first, play down Vohar. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I have up to 6 mana to work with. Micromancer, Urtai. Might just be Rager? That feels weird. Let's see, I can cast the Terra at least. I have another flying attacker. Four and 2. I can play my Chaplain and my Vohar. I think I just want to start putting flying power out. Let's grab the Chaplain. He's about to put down this Necromass. Need to put down Chaplain, and then either a Vohar or a Soul Tender. This is a new Esper control deck, and it's just coincidentally got a lot of the same cards. I'm gonna win with walls most of the time, the plan. I'm gonna put down Vohar now so that I can start digging for more walls to make more birds. Because right now I have him on a 4-turn clock, but I need some chump blockers. And I may 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I might also just Vohar to kick Phyrexian Espionage out of the graveyard. Alright, upkeep. I need to loot to try and hit something good to bring back with my Cruelty of Gix. Or I could just stack my Chaplain. I'm gonna stack my Chaplain so that I can bring it back. It's not a huge amount of extra power, but like an extra bird is a lot right now. I'll loot just in case I draw something big. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, man. I should have gotten something big so that I could loot on my upkeep. Loot away on my upkeep. Nope. Need a lot more blue man. Chaplain. Would have liked more defenders to go with it, but this is fine. For what? What you digging for? Weird. He did not read his card all the way through. Sorry. Good game. That's about to be a grindy one. Alright, we are number 17. Even up the climb. Alright. The lack of removal I have is a little painful. Ooh, you're up 17 points? We're changing my threat package out a little bit. Because, like, there, I really just wanted something strong to get. One additional change. I think that's enough of a change, though. You make one cut for that. I've not had issues getting to my planes eventually. The Coral Colonies sort of do the same thing as the Mana Worker. Alright, 7 blue sources, 8 black sources. Maybe that 4 mana 1/3 defender is better. Get the Chaplain, but I don't want to be dependent on the Chaplain to. 4 mana is just so much to pay for a 1/3. Like a 4 mana 1/3 defender that draws a card is not always going to be good. What else? Yeah, I do want it. I just don't know what to take out for it. If anyone else wants to play roulette, just let me know. I'll give you points. I'm gonna cap people at 100 points a day. Oh, I got a screenshot. Did I really not post it anywhere? I'm trying to find a screenshot of my one of my decks from yesterday. Looking for a screenshot of yesterday's deck list. They don't do anything. I can do predictions for points. This is fine. A little slow, but this deck's a little slow. They're good. We're 2-0 so far. We're up to number 17, so we're climbing again. This deck's kind of a grind. There we go. Now we are an appropriate opponent for this naked fox. Also, welcome back, Nostalgia. Nice. These two as 3s are what you want in black. At least in this style of black. You need to kill that. We're gonna Soul Tender first. Keep pressure on. Ah, no instants or sorceries. It hit some swamps we needed. Oh, that's pretty damn good turn 2. Or turn 3 with the Raven Man out. We have to race this game. Rise. Raven Man's good against us because we really just want to keep pressure on. Like, we don't have a ton of pressure.
Forged out of the past and into the present, into the dream of the future.
We're playing against someone who did not think to do that pre-combat. I think I just want to keep playing out creatures here. Might as well, because he doesn't know how little I want him to block. I think he just wanted to block there and pick it up with Brace's Frightful Return. Now he doesn't even get a chapter 2. It is a nice synergy. This card's cool because, like, it's pretty bad by itself. You have to work to make it good, but you can make it good. Alright, we're just gonna get in with both. He's gonna block one. We'll put down our Drake and hope to eventually draw a 4th land. On a 2-turn clock with a Writhing Necromass and a solid follow-up. Need that 4th land. Yeah. 17 cards deep. Once the card on top. If either of these creatures die, then I can play my Necromancer. Probably an Essence Scatter. Oh, there's a land. Alright, so this land means that it's still worth playing the Necromass post-combat. Even into the Essence Scatter. Aquifer. Nice. Would have liked. I first picked the Micromancer this draft, so but But I didn't see a single Rona's Vortex. Nice. Number 10. We're back to 10. Gotta keep climbing. Thanks, Nostalgia. Alright, 3-0. Keeping it going. We're fairly unstuck. So, like, it's more where other people are in this format. Have any other streamers... Am I competing directly with any other streamers you know of right now? Because I would go say hi if I were. I gotta open up a YouTube video in order to get my last VOD. Okay. Watch it. I'm just trying to get the last deck list, the deck list I hit in Mythic on. He's kind of Mythic in draft. I'm so glad. I'm glad that he's been playing more draft. Can I keep this on the back of Galarian Terror Coral? I don't think I can. Better. I'm gonna put back the timely interference so that I can get it with my Micromancer later. I like the Nerdy Steve, but I always thought he was more of a constructed player. Well, turn 3 divination is not ideal, but it's better than nothing. I'd really like kick the Necromass. We'll see if he Essence scatters the Coral Colony. He is. He's just got such a great understanding of Magic fundamentals. Huh. I might just start working on his hand with the Raven Man. If I draw a land, though, I'll kick the War Leech. Aw. Never mind. Lightning Strike range currently. Alright, we're playing it anyway. I just need bodies. Big boy. I'm not gonna kick this. Just gonna cast it. Island first. White. I'll probably mill him one, untap, and put down my Necromass. Necromass just lines up really well against... Oh my god! That is a hell of a turn 6 for 15. It's not something that I need right now. Although now I want to be able to play the Necromass. No, I think I still want to be milling them. Can't believe I'm going to lose this Her Migration for the 4th time! Alright, just putting down the Necromass and passing. And I'll start working on these 3/3s. Kind of funny how often, Alright, we're just stalling out the board. Need to make sure I keep 4 up. So, 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Last turn. We're on the mill plan. Going to be a grind. Playing out all your 3/3s will do that. Well, that is absolutely not how I wanted to play that card, so, but it's fine. I wanted to do white-blue, but it's okay. Very carefully using that for a blue mana. That scares me. I think I'm fine with that. I think I need to keep saving Urtai. I can eventually pick up Vohar when I need to. Then 19 cards. So 4 cards a turn, 5 plus his draw. Alright, we can do it. We're just gonna have to mill him out around these 3/3s and hope that he can't deploy too many threats too quickly. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8. Last turn. I'm flooding, but it's okay. Scared of his hand. Alright, he's got an Artillery Blast, a Rona's Vortex, and Destroy Evil, and a Tail Swipe. So that's 4 pieces of removal. So 4 pieces of removal. Kicked it. Gotta counter it. I can't afford to take 2 turns off. 2 black. Coral Colony. Now I can Coral Colony. Island Necromass again. Down to 10 cards. We're getting there. We're gonna do it. Got 6 in the air. No, you 2. No, you 2. I needed to draw a defender. White, black, blue. Very soul tender. Can't ruin his vortex yourself. What a deck, though. This is like a really strong domain deck. His 3s are weak, but his 1s, his 5s, and his top end are all great. Hit a Defiler, too. All right. Number 6, we're climbing. I'm out. He's like, turn 6, I'll put 15 power down. But that's when Coral Colony is good. Blue Defiler, I milled it. I milled their Blue Defiler, I milled another Herd Migration. And like it was their mid game that was the weakest, but I milled up most of those cards too. We just got rid of most of their removal early on. Worked out. Maybe I should be playing Urtai's Scorn just to have a counter spell. I don't think I have anything I can really cut though. Like Timely Interference would normally be on the chopping block, but I just need some way to draw a card off my Micromancer. Maybe Micromancer is just not good enough. If I cut Micromancer and Timely Interference, if I cut Micromancer, I get to cut Timely Interference, and I can put back in Shield Wall Sentinel and Salvaged Mana Worker. Huh. Maybe just a Swarm, too. I'm gonna take the Urtai's Scorn because of how often I've been winning with the Coral Colonies. Alright. Yeah, 4 toughness is the magic number in this format. I don't know why I said it like that. But 4 toughness is great. Oh, I can't hit play yet. Why can't I watch this yet? Still being processed. Alright, well, let's go look on Twitch instead. I'm just trying to go brag in the or the limited server. Ooh, I have all my colors with a turn 2 Raven Man and turn 3 Rager. You know where Pog came from? Like, is that specific? Like, I know where Pog came from. The frog. Uh-oh. This is not what I want to see against this deck. This is going to be tough. Blue Red's really good if you can pull it off. Like, this card on turn 2 is so hard to deal with. That's fine. Gonna take some hits. And he's spending cards on this. Rager first. Ooh, I might Urtai him. I'm really scared of Balmor. It's a terrifying magic card. Yeah. Urtai Balmor. Oh, I should have done that now. Cool. The Pogs I know about. The Pogs actually comes from the orange juice. The fruit juice. Stands for pomegranate, orange, and guava. We're just gonna keep pressure on. Because if we trade off enough of my creatures, this Necromask gets cheap. And so the size of those lids was exactly the right size for a you know, if he counters a chaplain, I think I'm okay with that. The size of those lids was exactly the right size. It's Pog size. And so then in the 90s, they started creating basically little discs with pictures on them that you would try and flip as a game. And the Pog Championship is where that came from. But I was wondering about the frog. Is the frog specific to 4chan? Okay with this. I'm kind of surprised he didn't, well, if this is an essence scatter, it's an essence scatter. No, I'm not gonna let him scatter me. Ooh, good hit. Yeah, like this. Being a 4/4 here is really big because that means I don't die to a lightning strike. Needs specifically Hurloon. Hey, we're still climbing. All right, we went up one rank. So that's where we're at now. We are now in the climbing one rank at a time. Five oh. Yes. So I think the blue-red deck, I've revised how you're supposed to draft it. I think you're supposed to first, so like, I had Balnor at a 7 in my set review, Commander 1/3. I think, and I only had the Terror at like a 4 or 5, the Tolarian Terror. I think you're supposed to first pick the Terrors to make that work. Like, I think you pick one Terror, pick two Terror, and the Terror is the flex card, right? Because if you have a hand of like 4 impulses, or if you have 2 impulses, 2 terrors, and 3 lands, then you can just cast your impulses and try and ramp out to the terrors. But if you have Balmors and you play your Balmors or your amplifiers at the wrong times compared to your impulses and your scatters, you're in trouble. Like, it's just so weird getting it just right. Like, you have to draw your cards in the right order at the right times, and that's so difficult. But if you have it in the right order, you win. Like, that's why I'm so scared of turn 2 Balmor. Because if he draws a turn 12 Balmor and plays it as the last card after I've been taking cards out of his hand, then I'm in a lot of trouble. Or then he's in a lot of trouble. If he plays it on turn 2, I'm terrified. But, like, Impede Momentum didn't do anything. Eventually, my Raven Man just untapped and made him discard. Like, Impede Momentum is something that you need to play really late. Ooh, I've got Raven Man, Vohart, and Sanger. Like, playing a turn 2 Vohar and then a turn 3 Raven Man feels really strong. I was not supposed to play that land. I was supposed to draw my card first. I'm still discarding a land. Billy Fox, thanks for the follow. How are you doing? It's nice to meet you. I'm Scuffle. Appreciate you being here. Having a lot of fun. I hope you'll join us on our climb to number 1. That's what we're trying to do today. I think I just want to put my Rager down. Put the Rager down first. Then we'll loot. Cruelty of Gix is great. Well, here, if I do it this, so first we attack. Then I play my Swamp. I'm gonna have Bone Splinter's Vohar. Because if he respawns by looting, that means I get to use my Vohar on his turn. And I'll get a bird on both turns. Oh! Well played. A lot of people would have just discarded there. Ah. Hey, Plastic. How you doing today? I think I do just discard the Terror and feel bad about it. Yep. How you doing? It's nice to meet you. I'm Scuffle. We're going for number 1 today. I'm pretty happy. We're at number 5. This is a great format, and I'm having a blast drafting it and playing it. And everything seems to work. Like, I've seen so many different archetypes drafted well and poorly. I'm just having a great time. Look at this. Vohar into Ravenman into Cruelty of Gix. No blocks. Right, we're going to start with Cruelty of Gix. Or... yeah, we'll start with the Cruelty of Gix, because then I can make a bird on his turn as well. Ladder Goblin, Necromancer, Sojourner. He's only got blue, green, black, so it's a 5 mana. I'd rather deal with the 4/6 than his 5/5. Then on his main phase 2, because this triggers at the beginning of the end step. Keep making birds. Just after combat is the goal. Then I can start filing down his hand a bit. Ooh! What are you hitting? Okay, I think that's probably correct. He really doesn't want me getting whatever card I need. But, like, it doesn't actually disrupt my engine either. Now I'm willing to make this block. I could have waited for the Connoisseur. Just do this now before I forget, because he's tapped out. Pitch my Chaplain. Sorry, Chaplain, but that's not what we're doing this game. We are on the Ravenman plan. Yeah, we're on the Ravenman plan. Birds, birds. Well, if you want to join my Discord, that's most of what we talk about. I draft in whatever game I'm playing, and I mostly just play card games. But I like teaching. So if you have questions, be sure to ask. If you question me, like, if you think I'm doing something wrong, tell me. You're probably right. I'm usually happy to talk about cards, and I try and talk through all my plays. So, you know. Ooh, he got it. He got my Raven Man. But he had to take a whole turn to do it, and I still get to keep 4 power in the air. I'm going to keep digging, because I have a lot of live hits, and a lot of lands I don't want to hit. I'd rather hit him than loot. Because hitting for 5 is important here, because it puts him to 10, and he's going to kick this, and then play this guy. Like, he's got card advantage, so I just need to make sure I keep pressure on. But that, now I get to hit him for 7, and if one of my creatures dies, like if I sacrifice it, I get to hit him for 8. Let's see. Bone splinters I can pick up. No blocks. I might, unless I'm number 1. If I'm not, if I'm number 1, I will stop for a bit. I'd probably still draft a number 1 because I want to say that I'm number 1. Oh, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. All right, so he played nothing. Why didn't you play anything? That confuses me because he can't use a Soul Tender. He can't. Oh, he couldn't kick the Vine Shaper Project. He didn't have anything to play. So 7, 8. I can flashback Bone Splinters. Sorry, I'm just doing my due diligence. So the only reason I can think of that he hasn't scooped here is he has a sweeper of some sort. Means that putting down the Soul Tender and leaving up Battle Rage Blessing, because then I can keep a creature indestructible. You know, if I'm number 1, I'll probably still draft because then I get to put number 1 drafter and at the top and draft. But I'm only drafting until a little after 6 tonight. Number 4. Dude, I am out of water. Yeah, I win or lose, I'll be doing another draft after this. So close. It gets really tough to rank up here. Just because this is where people start to have solid ranks. I may not even go up if I win this. Ooh, I'm a domain guy. I really like domain. Although this has been fun. This is like pseudo walls. So I'm running walls, but really I'm a control deck, and walls are just one way I can win. But I've gotten to mill 3 people out with this deck. But domain is probably my favorite. I like this Esper control style deck a lot. That's probably number 2. I haven't been able to get red-black to work well. Like, my best with red-black is 5 wins. But, like, it's fun. You can make things work. Committing early is helpful, which is why taking lands early is so... Things have to change. The meta's already shifted pretty dramatically. So, like, already people are taking the cost reduction creatures much higher, and they're taking the lands much higher. Hard to get things like that to the table. Ooh, I am 4 followers away from 400. But yeah, domain is... I tend to fall into domain a lot because I take lands early. But like sometimes it just dries up. Oh, hi, puppy. I have a loyal puppy next to me. Oh, thanks for the follow, Swamp Style. Appreciate you. Gonna be good. Going for it. It's taken a long time for it to find opponents because it's finding people who have had a similar bout of wins. So it's either people in like the top 5 who are hard to, sync up. Ooh. It's too slow. I don't have any creatures to eat with the Bone Splinters or keep alive with my blessings. Better. Alright, we're going to be on the Defender plan today. I'm putting back a Coral Colony, and I'm going to draw an island. Alright, looks like you might get an ad here. I'm still having trouble deciphering that, and I apologize. If I could turn them off, I would, but subscribers don't face ads. Oh, well, that's what I was going to get with my Shield Wall Sentinel. So I guess I'm getting another Coral Colony. But an island, and I'm on the full Chapman plan. There we go. Yeah, I'm willing to make this trade. See if he is. So a lot of people see the Coral Colony and think it's a Nice. If he's spending his turn doing that, I am in great shape. I could make a bird with this. I think I'd rather make a bird with this. Okay, we are on bird plan. So, chaplain, then. Yeah. I'm not looking to mill them out this game. If you can make 2 birds with the chaplain, it's worth it. So it cares about number of defenders. No blocks. Cruelty of Gix. Show me what you got. 2 Prayer of Binding. He's short. He's missing white mana. So I go to 9 here. So if he pumps, so I'm taking 4, going to 8, and then going to 5. And that's the last hit I have to take. Got the prayer, so he's taking out my Cruelty of Gix. That's fine. I don't have a ton of dead draws. Oh, that was a good one, though. So now that I know what he's got, I am switching gears. So this is my attacker. And then when he attacks here, he can pump it twice, and if he draws land, it's 3 times. So it's a 5-power creature. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'll lose some creatures, but it'll be worth it. Because he can pump it to kill the Wingmantle Chaplain, and I want to make sure I get 2 more birds out of the Chaplain first. Alright, so you would have had to draw something pretty good here. So, 2 pumps is what he can do. So, 1, 2, 3, 4 power. So you can get up to 4 power. And I do have to block with the Raven Man, but that's okay. I did my math. Well, I assumed he would draw a land. So if he drew a land, I'd have to play the bird. And if this is a removal spell, that's fine, because I'm going to race him in the air here, and I get a Battle Rage Blessing next turn. Once I Shield Wall Sentinel to get another Coral Colony, then I get to just start worrying about the air. Yes, that would be great if I got Order Blockers. So, making some birds. And some walls. So the only walls I have are, I have the 1 Chaplain and then Coral Colonies. Take a little bit of damage, but I'm okay blocking with all 3 of these now. I might just put all 3 in front of here. So he pumps. I'll double block the Splatter Goblin. And so this will pump, and he'll get to kill this and 1 more bird. If I just take 6 and go to 4, then I can kick a Geyser to gain the life. Yeah, we'll block like this. Keep a bird. He has to spend his whole turn to save this. Or to like, this is a whole turn pump. That was a good draw. I have him on a 3-turn clock. Leave up this Battle Rage Blessing. Be at 7 life with all my walls. I'll mill him a bit too. Okay, in case of a miasma. Alright, we are number 3, so we're going to do 1 more draft, but I am going to use the bathroom. Be right back. Oh, I'm going to turn off my face. I'm going to get some water. We got that 7 wins, and we'll see if we can go for number 1. Okay, one more. Let's go. I do want to get a screenshot of the list because I keep forgetting to do that. Urtai. Urtai's a really good card. It's a good magic card. I think that Urtai's scoring did so well for us there because we were, I mean, I never actually cast it. But we had Urtai. Done.
What if it bumped that control by accident? You'd be mincemeat by now. What have I told you?
All right, I guess I wasn't thinking.
You weren't thinking.
Okay.
You mean you'll work on engines and machinery and not think of your own personal safety? Here, shake hands with danger.
Where did you go? Sorry, I'm just putting these aside so I don't lose them. All right, let's do one more. I'm gonna talk through it. Oh, okay. Well, let's fire it right now so you can eat. Thanks, Alva. That was a good draft. Lots of fun. Thank you. All right, let's go. Well, we're firing now. And I talk through every decision, so I can only take my next. Whoa! All right, best card in the set. So it's a good card because it just stabilizes. So it does put us solidly into white, and it takes us out of blue. And it means that we can pick up these citizens arrests that a lot of people are not happy with. So black-red wants his Warhose Frenzy. This is garbage. Blue, the only playable cards are Espionage and Interference, and everyone wants to be blue. So we're going to lose Warhose Frenzy, Espionage, Interference. Possibly Baird, it depends on how experienced this table is, but I'm going to get possibly the Citizen's Arrest, but more likely the Picker or a Hammerhand back. So I can lean into aggro here and expect a table Picker, Hammerhand, or Land, and possibly Citizen's Arrest just because these are where the white cards are going. The white drafters are going. First time playing with such a busted card. Very happy about that. The Wrath is the best card in this pack, followed by Tail Swipe. Sunlit March is also just excellent. I think I just take Wrath and accept that I'll be kicking this off color most of the time. I don't rush. Yeah, I'm taking Wrath. Wrath is really strong. Roan is solid. Citizen's Arrest is playable. Most of this is just a bad pack. I'm kind of leaning towards Urborg Repossession on the strength. Excuse me, on the strength of this Archangel. I could also just take the Bog, but Bog doesn't play Wrath on either side. Taking Citizen's Arrest. A little early. We've got Phalanx, Herbalist, Bone Splinters, and Espionage. Lore Master is fine, but the problem with Lore Master is they get to use it first. I think I lean white and don't commit to blue yet. So I could take the Espionage if I wanted to commit to blue, or I could take the Infusion and just go hard red-white. But I think this card is better in a more controlling build. So I'm going to take the Phalanx. That's a solid first 4 cards. Like, we are forcing white. That is what we get to do. That is what we have to do to play this. And you can generally force one color in this format. The second one, you got to be a little more open for your signals. Like, we already have enough white to be a base white deck. And Wrath is worth splashing. And it's worth just putting in the off-color lands to kick this either time. But this guy is, this girl, Archangel of Wrath. I consider this to be the best card in this set. Because it stabilizes you. So, like, if you suspect your opponent has something as powerful as the Archangel, then you go underneath. You sacrifice cards in order to push through damage early. And that's just not an option here. I think it's just Captain's Call over the Rager, and it's close. It's really close. But I want to cut white aggressively. And I'm going to cut white aggressively. I would like the Espionage, or the Grotto, or the Rager, but we're cutting white right now. The Phalanx is usually going to be 4 mana after this. Captain's Call is especially nice with Wrath specifically. Right? So it's a 4 mana 3/4 that gains you 7 life the turn you cast it. This is a pretty bad pack. I'd be interested in Rada if I weren't so... Like, white is the only color that doesn't lend itself well to Domain. I could take the Battle Rage Blessing, but I'd rather have the white version of this card, so I'm going to take the Herbalist. Shore Up, Beachfront, or Radiant Grove. I'm going to take the Beachfront. I would like the Shore Up, but I need to be able to cast my spells first. Ooh, Geyser or Protect the Negotiators is a tough pick. I'm going to have to go with the Geyser. Protect is so good in this style of deck, though. Guys are just better. Yeah, this is a sorcery speed deck. But this Geyser is a good late signal that blue is available. So Protect the Negotiator says blue-white is available, because that card is only good if you can kick it. Like, if you get to kick Protect the Negotiators to put the token in, then it's a great card. I'm going to take Timely Interference over Phyrexian Espionage, because I want my card advantage to come from the power of my cards, and I want to be able to kick both Timely Interference and the Archangel of Wrath. I guess I could take Phyrexian Espionage for the same reason. But 1 mana cantrips are just easier to turn into the cards you want them to turn into. And like Wrath with Timely Interference effects is great. So you've been playing a long time, Plastic, or are you just getting into it or back into it? You mentioned it earlier. Espionage or a second Herbalist? I'm going to take the Espionage. Herbalist is solid, but like I guess I do want solid. I probably should have taken the Herbalist there. But this is a deck that wants 1 to 2 divination style effects. I don't want any of these cards, but I'm taking the negate just to... I'm at the point... Ah, I see. That's not a bad... That's not a bad place to get into the game at all. Alright, so there's my second divination. I don't want more... you don't want more than this by default. But if I get a big pile of them, then it changes what I'm looking to draft. So I want more serpents, and I want more cheap creatures. Alright, so I'm probably not playing all 3, but if I get enough playable 1 and 2 drops, I will play all 3. And by play, I need my 1 and 2 drops to trade up for that to be the case. Hammerhand is probably not making the cut. Whoa! Ooh. Gotta be the Defiler, but what a pack! I'm passing Wrath and Cavalier at Stall for Time. Like, these 3 cards, these 4 cards, 5, 6 cards are all cards I picked first, and I'm taking the Defiler over them. So let's see. Terror is definitely getting snapped up, so is Necromass, so is Warhorse. So 1, 2, 3. If anybody's in the Defender deck, they're taking the Barricade. If anyone's in the Mill deck, they're taking the Founding Third Pass. So 1, 2. I might get a Stall for Time back out of this pack. That's really good news. Prayer of Binding or Guardian of New Benalia. The Prayer of Binding is a better card. But if I'm running all of these, I need my 2-drops to be really strong, and I need to be able to turn those cards into card advantage, and the Guardian is great for that. I'd really like Galarian Terror. I'm likely just going to get a sleeper back, because Strike, Ancient, Prayer, Terror, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards are getting snapped up. Yeah, it might just be a tie turner, but Guardian's a good card, and it's a nice third rare. Very happy. Citizen's Arrest or Griffin Protector are close. Tribute to Urborg is also a card I'm interested in because of Wrath. Yes. But, like, I do want to be attacking. Like, this is a mid-range deck. Citizen's Arrest or Griffin Protector? I think it's the Arrest. Yeah, I am base white. I'd like a Mana Worker. But if I'm playing... Yes! Resolute Reinforcements is a great card. I would have liked a Griffin Protector. Reinforcements is so strong in this deck. It's a go-wide deck. Store Up or Tributary or Captain's Call. Really want that Tributary. But Captain's Call is so good for me here. The Hammerhand? So I just want to be able to kick my Archangel of Wrath. But Shore Up is really good here. Hey, dog. I'm number 3 right now. Going for number 1. I'm going to take the Captain's Call. This is just a Captain's Call deck. Tolarian Terror, Argivian Fallings, or Molten Tributary. I'm going to take the Tolarian Terror. And it's pretty close between these two. But, like, you just want 5/5s. Atakar Wastes is not better than Tolarian Geyser. Impulse is reasonable, but I just want interaction where possible. Tributary, I really want a Heroic Charge. Do I bet that I'm going to get a Heroic Charge? I'm more likely to get a Heroic Charge than a Tributary, and I'm okay without either. Like, you just need ways to pump. It does, and then the Heroic Charge is the best one. I'm not the only one. It's going really well. Hey, Lethal. Hey, dog. We got some new people today. We're number 3 right now, and we're going to try and push to number 1 before I end the stream. You really... Like, the thing about the Terror is it's fine as a 5-drop. Like, Phalanx is usually going to be 3 or 4, but, like, on turn 5, I can play Captain's Call and Phalanx at the same turn. That came together right. Which is, like, Citizen's Arrest with the Defiler is nice, but the Defiler is good enough just on its own. A 5-mana 5/5 Vigilance is solid. Oh my god, Wrath tabled? So did Stall for Time and Bounding the Third Path. Wow. Probably just the Drake. I don't have any 3s yet. Monster. This is a monster of a deck. At 22 cards, so I have 20 playables. 20 playables halfway through pack, and the Terror Wield. Yeah, I'm surprised. Like, this card, I think, is a first pick. So is Wrath. I cannot believe Wrath ended up. When did you draft? Because day 1, it was pretty feasible. But the format has changed pretty dramatically since then. Is it Plaza here? I think it is Plaza over the Drake, just because I can play my Wraths off of it. Like, it's not automatic, but if I get like a 3rd Wrath or another, like an Iona, something cheap, then Plaza's pretty good. Right? Yeah. Wait, what do you mean? So you get to add as many lands as you want. So last season was garbage. That's not true. It was fine. So I don't want to play the Airtide's Scorn, but at this currently, I think I do. I might also end up running these Impede Momentums. Ooh, I think I just want... Like, I might table the Phalanx. Shivan Reef is fine, but I want this Resolute Reinforcements the most. Looking for an Inspired Charge, or a Heroic Charge, and a Black Duel for this Archangel. That comes down a little later. And more interaction. I need more. I want scatter. Like, Essence Scatter gets a lot better with 2 Resolute reinforcements. I'll show you ADHD. You do need to intentionally add them. Ah, shoot. I don't want to. This is a really good card, too, but I don't want to risk not having 1 heroic charge. So don't normally make that pick. Let's see. Land, Vanguard, or Drake. I think it's just the land. No, because I'm going to be solidly white-blue. I take the Charismatic Vanguard because I have 2 Captain's Calls and 2 heroic reinforcements. Normally, I'd rather have the Drake. But I still rather have the Drake. Yeah. I want to lean into my tokens. Red, green, white, impede momentum, amplifier. What happened to all the white cards? So anything that cares about green kicker? No. White kicker. Black kicker? Useless. I'll take the tribute on the off chance there's a whole pile. Oh, wait. This is a good combat research deck. I have rafts. And I have cheap creatures that I can put it on. It's a good combat research deck. I just forgot that this card was playable. We now 1 espionage here. So this is my deck with 24 lands. Idyllic Beachfront or Geyser number 3. I'm going to take Geyser number 3 over Academy Loremaster. That's a really late Brawler. A Coral Colony that I don't need, but I'm just going to take the Beachfront. You get to add as many basic lands as you want, Lethal. I'll show you in just a sec. It does it automatically, too. Gonna be Cavalier. My 3s are my weak link here, so I'm at 26 cards. Not gonna be able to hold this up often enough. Essence Scatter is a different story. Now 1 espionage. Ooh, come down both espionage if I get to play this stall for time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Do I have enough flyers for this combat research? Not really. It's solid. Oh, close. 1, 2, 3, 4. 25 cards, so I need to make 1 more cut right now. I think it is the Vanguard. It's just my weakest 3-drop. Another Terror. 1 Terror I think is enough. I'm going to take the Shivan Reef just so that I can pay for the kicker on Archangel of Wrath. Door Up is a card I'm happy to see, though. I really want 1 copy of that. So that's my last. That's my last chance at a protection spell. Land. No. I might not even run 3 beachfronts in this deck. This is not a bad. I could build it. Wow. I could build this as an impeded momentum deck. I'm going to cut this straight out for the Drake. Alright, 31 cards. Terror is going to add. Right? Yeah, this is. I feel bad because, like, the other two, the last 2 decks I 7-0'd with were, like, cobbled together. They felt cobbled. I've only got the 2 legendary creatures, so I'm going to cut the Plaza. And 4 is a little much. I'm only going to be kicking Archangel of Wrath once, but I do want to be able to kick it. But, like, I'm fine just playing it, too. Spells. Pretty low on removal, but I just don't need a ton. You're usually going to cost 4 mana. I do need the charge. I might run 1 mountain just for kickers. How many lands am I running? I think the tear is still worth it with the captain's call. Like, if you can get tear down to 5 mana, it's worth it. So 5 drops, 3 drops, 4 drops. All right, I can pay 3 for the Phalanx a lot of the time. What about the Herbalist? Yeah, Herbalist is my weakest too, so that's gonna the axe. 1, 2, 3. Go by actual curve. So right now I'm just sorting it by when I'm most likely to play this. So I'm usually gonna play this on a Drake, possibly on a Wrath. I just don't think I need combat research. I have some nice creatures to put it on. You may have done that. Oh, I always put cards in the sideboard. Like, you should always run 40 cards. I run 41 a lot, but that's a complicated debate. This deck feels very strong. I'm at 2 red sources for 1, 2. I think this is a 16 land deck. Never need double blue. I'm at 13 creatures because captain's calls are creatures. So, like, the last thing that might change is combat research. Yeah, so this is everything I cut. So this combat research might be better as Phyrexian Espionage. Or maybe just a Mesa Guardian. Got 2 Wrath and then a Heroic Charge to pump. Yes, you always start with 17 lands. I like building my mana bases first. So this is going to be a 16 land deck. And this last card is either going to be a combat research or a Phyrexian Espionage. I'm trying to decide. Maybe I do just run this Scorn. I feel like I'm going to get to a lot of late games. How am I winning the late game? I'm just going around them. Going around. Fire then. Alright, let's go. Yeah, sorry, Lethal. That's the kind of thing, come to the server and ask. I will always do my best to help. Alright, here we go. Okay, so it's a little awkward, but the strength is there. So I can turn 1 Beachfront, turn 2 Wrath, and then there's a lot of creatures that I can interference. Being able to turn 5 Defiler, huge. All right, we're gonna keep it. And like I have red, which is access all my colors. All right, getting down tap here is nice. Down an island, little pass. Alright. Well, we're just gonna wait then. There's a blight pile back. But I need big creatures to go around it. Being able to force this block a little later is gonna help. Like, he probably wants to scatter here. That's fine. I'm just gonna pass. Ah. So timely interference is 1 mana, draw 2 cards with Wrath. I get to attack and hold up enough mana to pump it. That's a bomb. That's a big bomb. Big boy. I can get it down to 2 toughness. So I can make it a 2/4, but then I can't deal enough damage to kill it. Uh-oh. Gotta find some interaction. That's good. Everything I have that dies becomes a sapperling. Alright, we're just going big then. No attacks. Possible I was supposed to wait until I had Shore Up available. But getting to untap here lets me do a lot. Has to enlist. Alright, so we're going to try and one-shot them by going all the way around. Which means Captain's Call first. Means Guardian... Let's see. Guardian wants to be able to block. So, white, 2, 3, 4. Captain's Call, draw a card. And Divin Reef, colorless. Pay 2 life, draw a card. Going all the way around. Yes, I'm being very careful. So he's gonna full wall me with the blight piles. So I'm digging now. I need to go around this guy. I can't let my tokens just die to a Namada or he'll kill me. But 2 blight piles is really scary. That means he can make me lose 6 life a turn. Alright. See, this is a 7 power attacker. Time to start attacking. Next turn. So I need to get in with this a few times. Let's... Alright, 2 citizens arrest. I need that. Discard this. Then Captain's Call again, drawing a card, holding up Shore Up. And if he wipes the board, I just lose. That's fine. I am prepared for this, for that possibility. So if I swing out... Oh no. Okay. Alright, so white, colorless. Citizens arrest paying 2 life. Make a 1/1. Take out Namada. Now I can attack. Oh, I don't have enough white mana to attack, so not quite. But very close. Can almost attack. Next turn I can attack. Two attackers, and let me just double check to make sure his reach is gone. Alright, no more reach. Enlist. Nope. Now all I have to do is keep Wrath alive. And so which means no playing the Terror. And attack with everything but Raph next turn. Hope he doesn't have a way to get his Namada back. Lots. Cool. Card's really good. Means that I can't really shore up. Huh. Now Raph can die. Just not this turn. Alright. Do I want to enlist anybody? I can just enlist Raph. Don't really need either. But I can play the Resolute Reinforcements for free this turn. I'll hold it for now. Just if I have to shore up. It's not terrible, because he doesn't get to draw a card. Yeah, so it'll still trade here. I think that's worth it to save my Defiler. So right now, he's taking 8, 11. Indestructible. And I'll go ahead and shore up here. Keep my Defiler alive, because that one's the least likely to die to a pump spell. Should have tapped these two. Love the hammer effects. I don't get to play the reinforcements this turn, but like that's fine. This way I can flash something in even if he wipes the board somehow. I think all the board wipes are red in this one. There's like a miasma. Like if he tears this asunder and then miasma, I'm in some trouble. So that taps him out, then gives him 5 blockers to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attackers. So pump will hit him. Oh, that's right. I mean, this is lethal for them. Like, they tapped out. I'm just gonna go planes, pump, keep it simple. Game. Alright, does that get me there? Nope, we're still number 3. Alright, we gotta go in a few if we're going to take that number 2 spot. Keep going. So I gave myself until 6 because I have a thing I need to do at 6:30. So gonna keep it going. It was good. Good thing, Classic. Thanks for being here. It was really nice to meet you. Oh, join if you want to do more limited content. Just hang out. You're welcome to join the Discord. It's a pretty cool community. I like my community. They keep accusing me of flirting with them. Ooh, this is a solid hand. Lots of tokens, we just need... Get there. Lanes pass. This is really nice because your opponent, a lot of times in this rank, they will play their worst cards. Aw. We are a good place for that. So that they don't... They are less likely to play a creature if they think you have Essence Scatter up. Tributary. Nice. Let's see. If I play Captain's Call this turn, then I can Defiler and Phalanx next turn. So Island Defiler lets me play Argivian Phalanx for free, which is very greedy. I want to do it. Good thing, Classic. It was really nice to meet you. Enjoy your dinner. I'll be around. Alright, let's see if he counters it, which is fine if he does. I'm willing to sacrifice a creature to hit him for 4 right now. But as is, we're just gonna go ahead and free play this Argivian Phalanx. Holding priority. We can block 1, take 4, and we're gonna keep punching through. July does equal 3. Creature or Planeswalker. If he doesn't do anything relevant, I'm gonna exile this and just keep hitting him. That's relevant. Yeah. I gotta kill the one creature that has 2 toughness. Because all of my creatures are 1/1s. If he wants to double block and then take out a token, I'll be left with 4 1/1s. Your mana 4/4, not bad at all. Ooh. Unexpected. He must have actual removal. I mean, this creature was still a 3 for 1, so he's doing just... I imagine he's doing just fine. This is a card I thought would table twice, and it did not either time. So if he trades here, then I get to hit him for 4, so a Wrath, great, or an Inspired Charge would be lethal. Very nice. Get in with everything. No, I don't think I do. I should have untapped up. Are you seeing the deck list? Timely interference, so good! So 1, 2, and then 5. So Wrath would be lethal. He has to block here, and he takes 4. Alright, so he could double block here and take 4. He has to block here. He could also chump block takes 3. Oh, it's working? I'm not... You're not an idiot. I can play Magic, but I'm still figuring out the rest of this stuff, so I want to know what you can see. I feel like the sound effects keep getting louder. Ow. I get in for 2 damage, so any piece of removal, any piece of bounce, any piece of wrath. Could unsummon, but left without anything. Alright. Still number 3. Alright. They were close. I top decked. Alright. 2-0. Still rank 3. Here we go. Who's number is what's Sam Black right now? Is he number 1? Gotta go check. Ooh, slowly winning that roulette, Alba. Grinding up. I should start posting 7-0 lists if you want data. Ooh, so I only have the 1 creature, but being a Guardian of New Benalia makes that fine. Yes, so generally I need to get a more positive win record than they have, or get paired against one. That's a scary card to see on turn 2. Okay, so is this. We both had our turn 2 rare. Looking to just bounce whatever he plays. Yep. Tempo! Power of tempo. This is the power of Archangel of Wrath. We're just gonna Captain's Call next turn and play a 1-mana Argivian Phalanx after that. I'm also willing to just put all 3 creatures in front of this to keep him from drawing cards. He can tribute to Urvorg here. There are cards that kill this, but you need to actually... The better removal spells in the format do not kill Guardian of New Benalia. It's like... The ones that kill it are like Citizen's Arrest and Tribute. That's a great follow-up. So my blocks here are great. If I put 2 creatures in front of it, then he has to order the blockers before I decide. So if he doesn't put the token first, I can discard a card and nothing of mine will die. And if he puts the Guardian first... So if he puts a token first, I get to discard a card. The question is, how many cards am I willing to discard here? I think that's so cool. go. We just won the last one and we're still number 3. So we got to get some wins. In that case, we're going to go ahead and enlist one of these guys. Or, nah. Next turn. Oh, whoops. There we go. I just want that scry too. I want both of these cards. Just a matter of when. I want Wrath first. I should have maybe dug for a land, but this will be fine. I'll get a land eventually, and then I'll have an Archangel to follow it up. What am I discarding? Probably the Espionage eventually. Yeah, it's gonna be the Espionage, because I want to hold up Shore Up and Phalanx. It's a great way to practice, too. Like, the best way to practice Sealed is to build Sealed pools. Like, that's how I always tell people to practice for opens. I let this through if it attacks. Probably not, but it's an option. I just want to keep pressure on so that I can Wrath, Shore Up to protect him, and then Heroic Charge. Or stall for time and then Heroic Charge. But Heroic Charge right now is it's 10 extra damage. It's creatures you have times 2. So 10, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 damage is what I hit for if I just let this hit me, which I might. Yeah. If I were him, I'd scoop here. Because I just time walked for a mana. In that case, everybody's cracking in. Yep. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, plus 8. So if that's his only block, I win. If he blocks the Phalanx or another token or something else, then it's fine. Alright, so I don't win, but he's gonna have some trouble here. Like the same, he's counting the same thing that I'm counting, which is how much extra damage can I do with Heroic Charge. But I do. Like, this is one of those things. It's a good idea to learn how to shortcut the math for stuff like Heroic Charge, because it gives you more time to make this attack. And then you get to think ahead while he's thinking of, what does my opponent have here? So, like, that's a great idea, Alva. That's a really good way to practice. Still worth charging. He's got to do something pretty significant. Even if he hits me here, he risks just dying. He could wipe the board. But if he wipes the board, all I have to do is dig for a land so I can Archangel to shoot him for those last 2 points of damage. Ooh, he's got the board wipe. That doesn't do enough because I'm indestructible. So yeah, and just making sure I'm discarding the right card. All right. We're still number 3. We're number 2. We're climbing. Getting screenshot. For 2. Okay, please. All right, we're going for that number 1. So if they had made the dragon, my tokens get through. But really, I just needed one more land to shoot him dead with the Mystic, with the Archangel. Ooh. Got turn 1, turn 2, Guardian, turn 3, Wrath. Seems solid. Terror, probably not until turn 5. But like, I'm okay jamming a Terror on turn 5. This is a card that I need to come up on, because I only gave it a 4 in my set review. But like, that Ward 2 is pretty relevant, and the 5 toughness is a lot more important than I thought. It's really hard to kill it. I gotta put... You want the Guardian down pre-Essence Scatter. You might have Tribute to Urborg, and that's fine. Red, black. I'd rather put Wrath down this turn than the Drake. Let's just attack. Wrath. Ooh, and that's an island? I thought that was a swamp. Okay, never mind. It's not Tribute to Urborg. Okay. I can just crack in for 3 or put down my Drake and start an island. Or plains. I really want to scry. So, enlist. Attacker. Yeah. Captain's Call seems great right now. So it is just being a 3/2. I've got a land I can discard. It's usually pretty good. Like, that one's on me. Because I looked at it, I read it, and I thought swamp. Like, that... There are some cards where that's the case. But they're generally pretty good. Alright, my turn. Could just jam the Captain's Call, or I could play a Plains and look to activate Raft. Yeah, we're gonna play a Plains and look to activate Raft. I want that shore up. Trying to get me to activate Wrath. Instant speed. See where he blocked. No blocks, that's fine. And a Captain's Call. If he counters it, he counters it. But this is a bank that I can use to just keep drawing cards off my Geyser and my Shore Up. So if this resolves, I'm in pretty good shape, and then I'm pitching my Terror in the event I need to keep my Guardian on. Yeah, Alchemy is not my favorite. I have hopes for Alchemy. Not high hopes, but hopes. General hopes. Box? You about to wipe the board? Is that what's happening? Temporal Firestorm to 5 everything. Temporal Firestorm to 5 everything it is. Gonna pitch the Geyser. The first person who's had the sweeper. Yeah. We are not there, but I do have hopes for it. I've got 7, 8 damage. See what he's got. I'm also a boomer, but I have evolved with the times. No, I actually did not like... You know, I didn't like Baldur's Gate, but it wasn't because of the specialized cards. A bee. Blue and white. So cute! It's so cute! God, red, white, blue. So you might have a removal spell. Add the Firestorm. First person. I didn't play around it. I don't think it's worth playing around it. Not usually. But I did to an extent have something I could do. Okay. Just bouncing my Guardian. I'm fine with that. Blocking. I'm going to play the Captain's Call instead of the Guardian, so I can still Guardian and bounce if I draw the appropriate spell. Ward is really nice here because I can wait for the ward trigger, let them pay it, and then shore up. I don't think they're going to play a second sweeper here to deal with my tokens again. I can't believe they nerfed Cauldron Familiar. Did they really nerf it? I thought it was just banned. What did they change about it? You don't gain the life? Or they just want to turn? So if he goes to get Arona's Vortex here, and I swing out, he'll... Ooh, it's a Runic Shot. plays a land and runic shots. That's fine. Ooh, hey, Archangel Wrath. My deck's good. Swing out. That's a sorcery. Got a block here. Okay, I'm fine with that. Play down my Guardian again, and then I'm just looking for a red source. But he needs to answer. He needs a runic shot and answer this, and answer both my 1/1. So he's got a blocker here, got a runic shot here, and then he still has to answer both of my 1/1s. I can still draw a red source. I think the coolest thing, if I do manage to hit number 1 here, so he's not kicking it, so he needs that mana. So resolve the war. A cool card. It's a cool card to get off Micromancer too. Tapping very carefully. Sure. So even if he has a counter spell for Shore Up or another removal spell, he's already paid the Warden, so he can't wipe the board with what he's got left. He could play a land, kick a Tolarian Geyser. Deck's too strong. Yeah, we did it! We're number 1! Heck yeah! Sorry, I'm a weeb, so I gotta post this everywhere. Alright, give me a sec to nerd out. Thanks, everybody. Yes. Sorry, this has been I've been drafting for like 6 months now, trying to hit number 1 on stream, and we finally did it. All right, sending it out.
Some people say a man is made out of mud. A poor man is made out of muscle and blood. Muscle and blood.
Oh, thanks, Dragonic Dude. If you're here, I appreciate you.
That's weak and a back that's strong. You know, 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older.
All right.
Saint Peter, don't you call me 'cause
I need to tell a friend. Yes. All right, very exciting. How many games is that? I feel like I just finished out the draft. Very exciting. I feel like I can't play more, but it hurts to not play more. I don't know. It's 6:30 where I actually would keep playing. I got 25 gold. That's right. Thanks, dude. That was a lot of fun. I appreciate all of you being here. I could not have done it. Oh, I owe you another you laugh. I could not have done it without all of you here. Yes, all right, that feels pretty good. I gotta call it here because it is 6:30, and that is right when I said I'd have to stop, so I got here right in time, because even at number 2, I'd still have to stop here. So we're going to go ahead and see who we can raid. I feel like it has to be another MTG person today. Just because it's an MTG day. Let's see who's on. We could raid Sam Black. Is that a power move? Because I think I just took number 1 from him. I'm gonna go ask him. If I took it from him, then I'm gonna raid him. I know Sam Black, but I can't tell all of you how because it would out my identity.
I'm leaning into red, I think lets me lightning strike here. Second repossession versus Vine Wall is really close.
It was good. It was a lot of fun. Thanks, everybody. I'm sorry I'm taking a few days off because of work, but I'm going to try and get to 400 followers.
Also high.
All right, I didn't take it from Sam Black. I do want to find out who. All right, let me see if there's any other VTubers playing MTG today. You try to raid other VTubers, but don't. There's just so many other VTubers. So few other VTubers who play Magic. I also want to raid somebody who is having fun with the game. You raid Isaiah again. I just raided him. Why is this such a hard... So hard to do. The rating people I'm bad at. Alright, I'm just gonna raid whoever it thinks I should raid. Let's go ahead and raid Steve. I like Nerdy Steve. Alright, everybody, thank you so much for being here. I'm really pretty ecstatic. I will be back Sunday, so I'm going to try and sneak in a few more MTG streams during the week after work. I just can't commit to them at this time. And then Sunday, I'm doing Eternal and teaching Everdell. So if anybody wants to come and learn to play Everdell, it's going to be a lot of fun. That one's sponsored by Direwolf, and we'll do a nice Everdell. Everdell is like the most relaxing version of Magic, I think. It's a lot of fun. All right, good night, everybody.
Well, like, it's not. We've been playing. Like, we could be playing better. Like, we're just making also a lot of mistakes and not like getting forgiven. Well, not even the draft pods. Like, the drafting, I mean, I feel like we could be drafting a little better, but for me, it's just... Nice. For me, it's just, today was just very bad. I wish we drew less lands or more lands. Favorite set now? Nice. And how are you doing, Nick? Yeah, that's what, like, I'm getting a lot of, I'm making, like, a lot of mistakes, and I'm also trying to still fool around, you know, and, like, do some experimentation stuff, and getting severely punished for it. But, like, that last draft with the blacklight deck did not go well. No, I'm trying to get to one, complete, but this might probably be my last draft. Yeah, how was that, Nick? I'm gonna pick the rare, because bam. I'll let other people do it. It's fine, it's just a week. Other people will get there, I don't need to. Enjoy. Banana top, why would you say that? Everyone, I really like it. Good, Nick. And it is interesting, right, Aloesie? Like, I feel like this set supports 3-color much more than anything Capenna could have ever wanted. Mm-hmm. Nice. Finally get to Mythic? Now, why do you say that? I mean, I didn't hate that draft format. I mean, I rarely hate any draft format, though, so... I did not play a lot of it, so that might be part. Lucky number 7. Oh, are you bragging, Seeds? Are you bragging? Thank you so much, you're beautiful. I was also not anywhere near as hot on Kamigawa as other people were.